Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. And now, it's time!
The Metropolitan Police Department, with the support of the new federal agencies who have been surging on the streets of the District of Columbia, are going to enforce the laws that are already on the books here in Washington, D.C. For far too long, these laws have been completely ignored, and the homelessness problem has ravaged the city. So D.C. Code 22-1307 and D.C. Municipal Regulation 24-100 give the Metropolitan Police Department the authority to take action when it comes to homeless encampments. So homeless individuals will be given the option to leave their encampment, to be taken to a homeless shelter, to be offered addiction or mental health services, and if they refuse, they will be susceptible to fines or to jail time. Again, these are pre-existing laws that are already on the books. They have not been enforced, which is part of the reason for this federalizing of the National Guard to bring in this assistance for law enforcement. While we are targeting criminals and trying to remove criminals off of the streets, we also want to make DC safe and beautiful, and that involves removing mentally disturbed individuals in homeless encampments as well. So we will be using these regulations and code that already exists to clean up our streets, and we've already had great success. Not many of you picked up on this, but the United States Park Police has actually done remarkable work in terms of removing homeless encampments from the city. Since the president signed this executive order in March, 70 homeless encampments have been removed by the U.S. Park Police. There are only 2 homeless encampments remaining in D.C. federal parks under the National Park Service's jurisdiction, and the removal of those 2 remaining camps is scheduled for this week. So the U.S. Park Police will be leading this effort alongside MPD.
As a DC resident of 15 years, I lived on Capitol Hill. I witnessed so many muggings and so much theft. I lost track. I was carjacked. I have murders on my Ring camera and mass shootings. I witnessed a woman on my block get held up at gunpoint for $20, and my house was set ablaze in an arson with my infant child inside. And so to any reporter that says and lies that DC is a safe place to live and work, let me just say this. Thank you. Thank you for making the city safe, because no parent should have to go through what my family went through, having the fire department rip open their door to save their infant child. And so thank you for your work on securing this city. My question to you is this. Nancy Pelosi has attacked the president for deploying the National Guard to the city, saying that it is to cover for his incompetence. Hillary Clinton has also attacked the president for securing the city of Washington, D.C. I'd like to get your response to Nancy Pelosi and Hillary.
Sure. Well, first of all, Benny, I'm so sorry that happened to you and your family. There have been, unfortunately, far too many victims of crime in this city, and I know the majority of residents in the District of Columbia agree with you. In fact, a new poll from the Washington Post I was reading this morning, this was released in May of 2024, so it's quite funny how many of you in the media agreed with what the president was saying yesterday, but now once the president says it, many of you are disagreeing with him. But this poll released by the Washington Post found that 65% of district residents think crime is an extremely serious or a very serious problem, and this was up from 56% last year. So the concern that you share with so many other residents in the District of Columbia is real, and that's why this president is taking action to address it. To get to the heart of your question, I think it's despicable that Democrats cannot agree that we need more law and order in a city that has been ravaged by violence, crime, murders, property theft. This should be a winning issue for all Americans. I don't understand. It's just anything President Trump does, the Democrats want to disagree with. I think the president would love to work with Democrats on this issue to bring law and order to America's cities, but unfortunately they have failed, and that's why he's taken this historic action to federalize the National Guard. And as you're seeing from last night's numbers, we already have seen success. We are removing violent offenders, we are arresting criminals, and we are removing drugs and firearms off of the streets of the city to make it safer for all of its residents. The president has already said he wants to see Adam Schiff held accountable for the countless lies he told the American people in relation to the Russiagate scandal. I brought Tulsi Gabbard out to this podium to talk to you about all of that, and this administration is taking accountability very seriously. As for this new FBI whistleblower report, I understand Kash Patel last night declassified a 302 FBI document showing that a whistleblower who is a Democrat, a career intelligence officer who worked for Democrats on the House Intel Committee for more than a decade, repeatedly warned the FBI in 2017 that then Rep. Adam Schiff had approved leaking classified information to smear then President Donald Trump over the Russiagate scandal. This is obviously a bombshell whistleblower report. Hopefully more people in this room will cover it as such. And I have a quote from the FBI director for all of you. He has said this: "For years, certain officials used their positions to selectively leak classified information to shape political narratives. It was all done with one purpose: to weaponize intelligence and law enforcement for political gain. Those abuses eroded public trust in our institutions. The FBI will now lead the charge with our partners at DOJ, and Congress will have the chance to uncover how political power may have been weaponized and to restore accountability." That's what the administration is focused on, and hopefully we'll see some more media reports on this whistleblower allegation. If this were reversed, if this were allegations against the president or any of these cabinet officials, I'm sure everyone in this room would cover it as such. Elizabeth. Good to see all of you here again today. On Friday morning, President Trump will travel across the country to Anchorage, Alaska, for a bilateral meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin. The brutal war between Russia and Ukraine broke out under Joe Biden's incompetent leadership, but President Trump is determined to try and end this war and stop the killing. As the president has said over and over again, his strong preference will always be for peace and partnership, whenever those outcomes can possibly be achieved. There is no leader in the world right now who has been more committed to preventing wars or ending them than President Donald Trump. Just look at what took place here at the White House last Friday, when President Trump hosted the Azerbaijani president and Armenian prime minister and got the two leaders to sign a historic joint declaration for peace, ending a decades-long conflict that disrupted the region and claimed countless lives.
Let's tell a story about one of the greatest psyops in history. The psyop that you deserve less and less every year, and that you should work harder and harder for less and less. The psyop that to be broke was the American way. The psyop that you should be lucky to pay your bills. The psyop that it's normal for prices to go up every year, forever. The psyop that it's normal to pay taxes. When you're born, death and taxes are the only certainty they would tell you. The psyop that you need to make $80,000 a year to take care of your family, then $100,000, and then $150,000. Now they tell you both you and your wife need to work to achieve financial freedom. So you hire the nannies, you hired the babysitters, you leave your community, you just don't have time for them anymore. Because you and your wife embarked on individual careers. These careers that took you away from your kids, your spouse, your home, your community. And they told you this was normal. It's totally normal to spend 2/3 of your time away from your family. It's normal to fight and get divorced. And it has nothing to do with the economic decisions and policies made by the government. None of it was normal. It was all nefarious. And it chipped away at what it meant to be an American. It chipped away at your self-esteem. It chipped away at your marriage, at your family, until you looked up and one day no one was married anymore. No one was succeeding unless they were heavily leveraged. One day you woke up and realized you don't recognize the world around you. Until Trump. President Trump came along and said, "This is your country, and that's your money." And he wouldn't back down. All the people that were destroying you came out and spoke against him. They went to great lengths to undermine his agenda. When President Trump hit his stride in 2019, they released a biological weapon that was the largest psyop in global history. COVID. They ran the scamdemic. They extorted trillions of dollars out of your economy. Then they stole your election overtly, hijacked your democracy, put up barbed wire fencing around your capital, and told you it was normal. During the next 4 years, they would unleash an invasion the likes of which no nation had ever seen. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions of illegals poured in the United States of America and began gobbling up whatever remaining resources were in existence. You were deemed a domestic terrorist by those in power. They surveilled your phones, your computers. They surveilled your lives, but it wasn't enough to stop Donald Trump. When they couldn't undermine his campaign through the courts and lawfare, they eventually tried to kill him, again and again and again, until that fateful day in November, when President Trump and America reclaimed their sovereignty. With him, he brought the richest man on the planet, for free, named Elon Musk. They then began uncovering and publicizing all of fraud, theft, waste, and abuse of the American taxpayer. They have threatened him. They have threatened his family. Subversion is all they have left. Infiltration is all they have left. Their funding is drying up. This is your Liberation Day.
Trump, at this moment, is literally destroying, listen, he is literally destroying the stronghold of the British Empire, the cabal, the deep state, the Zionists, however you call them, the Satanists, the child sacrificers, those who torture humanity. He's destroying their stronghold over America. Listen, please. This is epic. This is indescribable. And the vast majority of people haven't got the slightest clue what's going on. They have no idea what's happening. Trump is now cleaning out Washington, D.C. Trump is taking over Washington, D.C. He's federalizing it. What does this mean? Guys, what is Washington, D.C.? What has it always been? Washington, D.C. literally has always been the entity from where the British elites, the Satanists, the Zionists, the cabal, the demon worshippers controlled America. Washington D.C. has never been part of America. It has always been the seat, the official powerhouse from where the elites were controlling, enslaving, dominating, corrupting, and bleeding America dry. Washington D.C. was their official structure to enslave the American people so they could use America to wage their wars, to fund their terrorism, to finance all their evil operations worldwide from the tax money they got from the American people. Trump is now eliminating that. He's taking over Washington D.C. It is very difficult for people who know what's going on to see that he is not able to tell the public what's really going on. So he says, oh, Washington D.C. has more crime than any other city in the world. Yes. Do you understand what he's trying to tell you? There is more crime in Washington D.C. than any other city in all of America. You understand what he's trying to tell us? And he says we are taking it out. We are ending it. We are stopping it. The real criminals were always in Washington D.C. The real murderers were always in Washington D.C. This is yet another indescribable, significant event that we are witnessing live, that we are experiencing in the real world. This is not a movie. This is far more powerful, far more epic, far more overwhelming than any movie Hollywood can ever imagine. America is literally being liberated. The IRS is going to go down. The American people will be the first in the world to be completely free, and then the rest of the world will follow. We are witnessing the greatest operation in all of human history to end the global reign of evil. You don't have to believe me, but follow me here on X and you'll learn a whole lot more. We are in a time that nobody ever imagined would come, and it's going to get really, really amazing.
You will be the greatest. You are royalty. You are bound and destined for greatness. Do nothing normal. Do nothing pedestrian.
Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
You never thought of running for office? That had to come up in some discussion somewhere.
There is this great weight of expectation and anticipation.
Like many sons of famous fathers, there's sort of a big mountain to climb.
Very much a Kennedy. Very devoted to his family, to the name, to the history.
He said, you know, I've been thinking, I mean, everybody expects me to be a great man. I wonder if it wouldn't be a much more interesting challenge to see if I couldn't make myself a good man.
John was smart enough to know, I'm Junior. I'm not my father.
He lived his life the way he wanted to and was able to deal when people would recognize him.
There really wasn't a time in John's life that he wasn't famous.
The Native American said it, when somebody takes your picture, you lose a piece of your soul. How he retained his soul after hundreds, thousands of pictures is one of his greatest accomplishments.
Oh, do I have the sexiest man in the galaxy on the phone?
It's sort of unfair business about him failing the New York bar exam. Hillary Clinton failed it, and all I hear about is how brilliant she is.
Ladies and gentlemen, meet George.
And I remember those magazines. They were sexy.
I literally had the balls to become George Washington.
He thought politics was too important to be left to the politicians.
Thank you. You know, in Washington, the big phrase is suck up and piss down. You never once saw him do that. Never once.
He's the uncrowned king with king privileges, and he didn't want them.
I believe that he had greatness in him, and I don't give a damn if that meant anything about politics.
American investigative journalist and historian Anne Applebaum has uncovered evidence of a plot to assassinate Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky in Poland. The mastermind was a figure inside Ukraine's leadership. Kirilo Budanov, head of Ukraine's military intelligence, is considered the mastermind behind major attacks on Russia. Yet, sources from private meetings reveal his frustration. Zelensky often takes credit for Budanov's successes. Since the war began in 2022, Zelensky has survived multiple assassination attempts. Saboteurs struck in Kyiv in 2022. An attack in Mykolaiv failed in 2023. And in 2025, a plot in Poland's Rzeszów airport was stopped. An officer from Ukraine's intelligence agency, who clashed with Budanov, revealed.
Budanov orchestrated it. He sent agents to Poland to recruit a local pensioner for the hit, framing Russia for the act. Budanov's access to a global network of agents gave him the tools to plan this. His motive was clear: to remove Zelensky and gain greater control.
Documents and intercepted communications obtained by the journalist confirm Budanov's agents were behind the Rzeszów plot. This investigation, based on verified evidence, points to one conclusion. Kyrylo Budanov was the architect of the plot against Zelensky.
It's considered serious enough to warrant the involvement of the Bureau of Prisons, Special Operations Response Team, or SORT, and the Elite Counter-Terrorism Unit. For those unfamiliar, SORT handles high-risk emergencies, think riot suppression and hostage rescue, while CTU focuses on intelligence gathering and neutralizing covert threats. The level of protection here is almost unheard of for a minimum security inmate, and it has already sparked whispers of political motivations. Some speculate it's about keeping Maxwell alive at all costs, ensuring she remains available as a potential cooperating witness.
We're sending out some subpoenas, and there are actually some active investigations I think that probably you won't be fully aware of until we announce the conclusion of those investigations. But the president has been very clear. The attorney general, the FBI director have been very clear. They are looking at law breaking. And for people who broke the law, it's not going to be a slap on the wrist. We're sorry. Have a nice life. It's going to be, you've got to face consequences for it. And I really think it's our sacred obligation to the American people to ensure that those who broke the law pay the price.
I guess I don't agree that I did anything wrong other than to listen to people who ended up being liars.
The entire 50-some minutes of this is public. It's been out there for a long time. The fraudsters literally go through step by step how they do it, who's involved. At the very beginning of the tape, they spell their names. It should be no surprise. And they go through and talk about specifically the program that was being defrauded. And then you said, hey, tell me more about that. And they tell you in long explanation exactly how they basically perpetrated the fraud without saying they were fraudsters. So I would push back on your statement that you didn't know that they were talking about MDE. In your very own press release from your agency, from the Attorney General's office, dated September 26th of 2022, the very first line says, Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison and his office have been deeply involved for 2 years, holding Feeding Our Future accountable. And yet you're saying a year later that you weren't aware of Feeding Our Future. And also, I would say in the tape, it says multiple times Feeding Our Future. It talks about Safari Restaurant multiple times. In fact, there's one part in the tape that you said, oh, Safari Restaurant. I know you by your restaurant. That's what it says. That's what you said in the tape. If we had time to play the whole 50-some minutes, it would refute a lot of what you're saying.
Governor, welcome to the program, sir. First time on the program. Honored to have you. What is the latest on the Democrats fleeing the state of Texas, your strategy, your plan to hold them accountable, and give us the latest update, sir?
So we are working on quorum today, and to do that, so everyone can understand in your audience, and this is a problem in the Texas House. The Texas House has 150 members. It requires 2/3 of them or 100 of them to show up. There are 88 Republicans in the Texas House, which means we need 12 Democrats to be able to have a quorum. And what the Texas Department of Public Safety is doing as we speak right now, they have stakeouts at dozens of locations across the state of Texas where there's the possibility that there could be a Texas House member there. We have no confirmed information that we have at least 12 Democrats in the state to be able to arrest them and bring them to the Capitol. The way this works is when the Speaker put a House on the call and issued arrest warrants, these are civil, not criminal arrest warrants. So it nevertheless authorizes the Texas Department of Public Safety to search, find, and to arrest and bring to the Capitol any Democrat who's in the state of Texas. So for one, they are searching for those people. For another, we're doing the math with regard to who may be out of state. You may have seen the news over the past couple of days that the Texas Attorney General filed claims in courts in these other states seeking the apprehension of them in California, in Illinois, and other states to try to bring them home from there. That said, let's go back to square one here, Charlie, because this is an issue that we've been through before. We had a quorum break by these leftist Democrats 4 years ago. We had another quorum break back in 2003 when we tried to pass mid-decade redistricting at that time. And the same thing happens every time. They're gone for one special session, and then they come back for the next one. And so let me provide that setting real quick. So in Texas, we have a regular legislative session only every other year that ends at the end of May. And then as governor, I can call a 30-day special session. That 30-day special session is about to end here in about a week. And so we will continue to search and find every Democrat that we can. If we do not get a quorum, the nanosecond after the current special session gavels out, I will be calling another special session. And then I will continue calling special sessions until they do come back. We know this. They are going to come back. That's happened every single time. And when they come back, we're going to pass these maps as well as address the other pressing needs and demands of the people of Texas.
So, Governor, when does this become criminal? And I know that you're mentioning this. I mean, aren't they, what's the phrase, subverting our democracy? When do we start to ratchet this up? Because they are fleeing the state, not representing the voters that elected them. Governor Greg Abbott.
So under Texas law, this does not become criminal because that's not authorized as an action that can be taken by the House. However, what we've done this time that we've never done before, we're seeking another pathway that I believe is valid. I filed a lawsuit about this time last week in the Texas Supreme Court, bypassing the trial courts, saying that we can get a writ of what's called quo warranto from the Texas Supreme Court, saying that these offices have been vacated because they have been abandoned because we have Texas House members who are not following the Constitution. The Texas Constitution specifically requires Texas House members to, quote, act on bills before them. And when you're abandoning your responsibility, when you have abandoned the state, you're not there to act on those bills. And so I think I filed this lawsuit in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court demanded a response last Friday. They're considering it as we speak right now. But, Charlie, the pathway that I'm seeking to go down is one that would allow the removal of these Texas legislators who have abandoned the state.
Come Well, we're going to have a meeting with Vladimir Putin, and at the end of that meeting, probably in the first 2 minutes, I'll know exactly whether or not a deal can be made. How will you know that? Because that's what I do. I make deals. My father always used to tell me, I had a wonderful father, very smart, and he used to say, son, when you walk into a restaurant and you see a dirty front door, don't go in. Because if the front door is dirty, the kitchen's dirty also. Same thing with the Capitol. If our Capitol's dirty, our whole country is dirty, and they don't respect us. So it's a very good question, actually.
There's a fight that has been going on in numerous courts, including the Supreme Court, for over 2 years now that can change our country overnight. It's been on the back channels for years, but some new buzz has been going around. The case is known as Brunson versus Alma S. Adams et al. And has the potential to significantly reshape the world landscape by addressing concerns about constitutional adherence and accountability. The case focuses on whether lawmakers can be held responsible for actions that may have violated their oaths to protect the Constitution by refusing to pause the certification of the 2020 election at the urging of over 154 members of Congress. More simply put, treason, right there. Like the Supreme Court deciding that our politicians have been criminally negligent for not doing their jobs. Moreover, Brunson is attempting to hold Supreme Court justices liable if they don't do their job by upholding the Constitution. It's really ingenious, and the Supreme Court could be between a rock and a hard place. Three brothers, Rayland, Loy, and Darren Brunson, are amazing. Like pit bulls on a slab of meat, they don't come up for air, filing case after case in multiple jurisdictions that media won't tell you about. There are two main cases and related cases that we are going to look at in this video.
Whoever said the Brunson case is dead,
number 22,
get a clue.
380 is known as Brunson versus Alma S. Adams.
It's going to remove all 388 Congress members.
Federal officers in their official capacities. I should make the point here that all of these cases are being submitted pro se, which means that the brothers are exercising their rights as U.S. citizens to represent themselves in the court system, right up to the Supreme Court. This seems ridiculous to many, but the Brunson brothers have an excellent understanding of the law and procedures and still enjoy the lenience of a pro se litigant. They amended the case many times, which shows that at least some judges were willing to be helpful. The Brunsons made numerous amendments doing the dance required to succeed in a system that has become so complex that it's impossible to beat the system these days as pro se. But the system may have met its match in the Brunson brothers. The second is case number 23, 1073, and is known as Brunson versus Sonia Sotomayor and as well Justice Elena Kagan and Ketanji Brown Jackson. If the Supreme Court rules in favor of the Brunsons, it could set a powerful precedent, reinforcing the importance of upholding constitutional duties for politicians and judges.
And attorneys.
Such a ruling could immediately restore faith in the system, bringing clarity to questions of governmental responsibility and ensuring that future actions remain aligned with the founding principles of the country. This could lead to widespread reforms and a renewed sense of integrity in public. The applicable filings and documents will be linked in the video description for your convenience. As always, share and like this video and subscribe to my channel for some of the most...
As you can see, the Brunson case is not dead, so whoever's out here telling you guys it is, tell them to fuck off. We're fixing to take the country back, and we're doing it legally. Have a nice day, guys. It's going to be a great, great year. Bye-bye.
When I heard the news today, and he mentioned my son, not by name, and mentioned the others who have been victims of violent crime, I was so happy. And I looked at Eric's ashes, and I said, Eric, you haven't died in vain. Things will change so other people are safe when they go visit DC or work in DC. And that's my goal, to make people safe. And it's they were all, President Trump was 100% spot on with what he said.
To everyone who's been waking up over the last few years, you know who you fucking are. You see every 5G tower, you see all the trails in the sky, the poison in our food and our water and our products. You're finding restaurants without seed oils. You know all about the Rockefellers. You're into men being men and women being women. You can't have a normal job. You can't stand the government. All this woke nonsense makes no sense to you. Your family looks at you and your decisions in disgust and thinks you're fucking cuckoo. And at least once a day, you daydream of having you and your family on a plot of land with goats and chickens and guns because you changed your stance on owning guns, didn't you? Didn't you? You know, drinking raw milk in the sunshine, touching your spouse's bum, and letting your kids play in the fucking dirt. Don't ya? And of course, last but not least, you weren't retarded enough to believe all the clowns on TV performing the greatest fear and manipulation campaign in human history, telling you that you're gonna die or you're a bad person if you don't inject yourself with some severely under-tested and toxic gene therapy, just so a lot of powerful people could make billions of dollars. And maybe even with an underlying intention of population control if I really want to get fucking crazy, okay? Anyways, to all of you, I love you, I hear you, I fucking salute you, and we're in this together. Tag your awake friends below so we can give them a shout out, and that's the fucking vibe today, baby.
President Trump designated Gitmo for trials, Guam for trials, and Terra del Fuege for trials. So now we got Gitmo 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0. And the trials have been going on since September 30th. 30 news reporters last year got a lottery ticket, and they're down at Gitmo, and they are watching the trials. And when it gets reported on, everyone will know. Everyone will know. Okay, but until then, nobody knows. Well, except for me. I've got the court transcripts from Hillary's trial. The evidence we pulled out from underground in Rockford, Illinois, John Brennan was just tried. And so was Podesta. Huma Abedin is being tried right now. She turned state's evidence on Hillary. And I'm going to tell a young lady in here, without everybody knowing who that is, that I got a great opportunity a little bit ago to meet an admiral of the United States Navy who is the chief judge at Gitmo. And it's Admiral Crandall. So I found that very prophetic. Probably no relation.
Me going for a walk in the woods is going to cause a fire. I can understand why people think that that's ridiculous. But the reality is, it's not that you might cause a fire. It's that if you're out there walking in the woods and you break your leg, we're not going to come and get you, because we have emergency responders that are out focused on a fire that is threatening the lives of New Brunswickers. And if you take your boat out fishing in a pond in Crown Land and you capsize, we're not going to be able to come and help you out, because our first responders are focused on an immediate and serious threat to our province. And so it's the possibility of diverting emergency resources away from where they are really needed.
The messenger RNA then is taken into the cytoplasm of the cell. It's read by ribosomes over and over and over again. The spike protein, which is a foreign protein, is expressed on the surface of cells.
The injection of mRNA vaccines turns our bodies into spike protein manufacturing sites. With every dose, a substantial amount of these modified spike proteins are created inside your body.
The scientific community has stated that the spike protein created by the vaccine is harmless. Concerns have been raised about its potential to cause harm. A Yale preprint detected spike protein up to 709 days after vaccination in patients with post-vaccination syndrome.
The code that they used is for the spike protein. Early on in the pandemic, we learned that the spike protein is the toxic part of this virus that causes clotting, that causes inflammation, that causes myocarditis, that causes brain fog.
One of the reasons that we recently withdrew the mRNA platform for upper respiratory, we're only doing it for upper respiratory infections, is because Americans have lost faith in the recommendation. 60% of Americans say that they will not take that vaccine no matter what. And only 13% of children, although it's recommended for 100% of children, only 13% are complying. And that's after $1 billion campaign to persuade people to take it. It's the biggest campaign for a pharmaceutical product in history. We have to ask, why are people not believing the public health agencies? And the answer, I think, is pretty elementary. That the public health agencies have not been honest. And no matter how well-intentioned it is to tell a noble lie, to get an outcome that you want, it never works over a long time.
I can tell you firsthand here in downtown D.C. where we work, right here around our bureau, just in the past 6 months, there were 2 people shot. 1 person died, literally 2 blocks down here from the bureau. It was within the last 2 years that I actually was jumped walking just 2 blocks down from here. And then just this morning, one of my coworkers said her car was stolen. It's happened to a lot of people in our building, sadly. He was homeless and half-dressed, clearly wasn't in his clear mind. It was scary as hell, I'm not going to lie, but I fought back. I didn't see any weapons in his hands. I felt like it was my only choice. The president did mention that this effort is also going to help clean up homelessness. As we know, many members of the homeless community, sadly, take it upon themselves, like what happened to me, to carry out violence.
I'm announcing a historic action to rescue our nation's capital from crime, bloodshed, bedlam, and squalor, and worse. This is Liberation Day in D.C., and we're going to take our capital back. We're taking it back. Under the authorities vested in me as the President of the United States, I'm officially invoking Section 740 of the District of Columbia Home Rule Act. You know what that is? And placing the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department under direct federal control.
D.C. should be a place where everyone can come and feel safe.
Well, I wonder what it's like to be the rainmaker. I wonder what it's like to know that I made the rain. I'd store it in boxes with little yellow tags on every one, and you could come and see that when I'm done, when I'm done. I wonder what it's like to be a superhero. I wonder where I'd go if I could fly around downtown. Yeah. From some other planet, I get this funky high on the yellow sun. Boy, I bet my friends will all be stunned. Well, they're stunned. Yeah. Straight up, what did you hope to learn about here? If I
They'll immediately begin massive enforcement operations targeting known gangs, drug dealers, and criminal networks to get them the hell off the street, maybe get them out of the country, because a lot of them came into our country illegally. They shouldn't have been allowed in. They come from Venezuela. They come from all over the world. We're going to get them the hell out. They won't be here long. But some of these people, a lot of them, are homegrown criminals. And these are bad people. These are rough people. And this is just a list of some of the people that were given to me today that were criminals removed from the D.C. streets this weekend. They were rough and tough. But we're rougher and tougher. Look at these people here. Nothing, you know. They're not going to be your local school teacher. Look at this guy. He has killed people numerous times. They're not going to be an asset. They will never be an asset to society. I don't care. I know we all want to say, oh, they're going to be rehabbed. It's not going to be rehabbed.
Neuro-linguistic programming, occult symbolism, and harmonics.
They were enhancing the harmonics in the music to actually affect the neuron pathways in the brain in directions that they wanted, and then using specific lyrics to drive in a message. We need to be so mindful of the lyrics that are being carried on those harmonics into our mind and become aware of how much that kind of thing does affect us.
All the good girls go to hell.
Harmonics were added to their music to make them even more popular. These little children who had been horribly abused were programmed and harmonically tuned, and then the messages were programmed in, which would deliberately affect the social engineering of a generation or however many people they could affect.
Through continued secret human experimentation, scientists learned that repeated traumas coerce the function of the amygdala and the hippocampus to repress the dissociated memory. In order to continue functioning, the memory of the traumatic experience is sectioned off and encased by amnesic walls, creating an altar hidden from the main identity in the subconscious. While the barrier is down, handlers and programmers installed everything from secret messages to deliver, instructions for illegal activities, or programs for sexual perversions. The various levels of programs were named after the different brain waves to denote function. The amnesic barrier is then rebuilt to hide the identity of the abuser and memory of the programming, using trauma conducted through repetitive brutality, electric shock, and weaponized sound waves, known as harmonics. Due to the electrical nature of the brain, high-voltage electric shock devices such as cattle prods are commonly used and are extremely effective in cementing dissociation after torture. By developing the experiments, it was discovered that the effects that harmonics have on the RNA covering of neuropathways is highly effective in creating undetected mind control.
Kids graduate from university. Incidentally, the word graduate comes from two words, gradually indoctrinate. So consequently, when you graduate, you come out with a square mortarboard. The mortarboard is a symbol of masonry. This is why you go to college to get a degree. Consequently, you need to understand that all universities and colleges in the Western world operate under the Vatican. All universities and colleges. So if you want to save your money to send your kids to college, just remember you're sending them to a Jesuit, Catholic-dominated ancient Roman Empire system whereby your children are to gradually be indoctrinated into a system of religion, politics, and theology. As far back as the 4th, 5th, and 6th century, we know that the escapades of the popes, many of them were homosexuals, most of them were murderers. They were all offsprings of bankers. The entire Vatican system was a banking system. Today's Uniform Commercial Code is based on the old Vatican canon law. So once you understand the church, government, politics are all interconnected, and the secret societies have been manipulating them all from day one.
The Amish, with their waste not, want not philosophy, discovered something incredible. The gray powdery leftovers from their wood stoves can keep tomatoes fresh for months without refrigeration. And the results? Shockingly effective. If you buried a batch of tomatoes in wood ash at the end of summer, they'd still be fresh by the time you're planting your next spring garden. That's longer than most store-bought tomatoes last. Here's how it works. The Amish take firm, unblemished tomatoes and place them in a container. Then they carefully layer them with clean, dry wood ash, almost like packing delicate treasures. Ash, tomatoes. More ash, more tomatoes. The key? Each tomato must be fully surrounded by ash, with no two touching. The ashes create an incredible protective barrier, blocking out air and moisture while preventing mold, rot, or bacteria from spoiling the fruit. No refrigeration, no chemicals. Just a centuries-old trick that keeps tomatoes fresh for months. Would you try preserving tomatoes this way? Let us know in the comments. Follow for more Amish-inspired food preservation tricks and frugal living hacks.
According to our friend John Solomon, and a new report tonight just out, and he will join us in just a moment, a Democrat whistleblower repeatedly was warning the FBI beginning in 2017 that the congenital liar Adam Schiff had authorized leaking classified information to smear President Trump, which, by the way, could be a violation of the Espionage Act. Here with more on this breaking report, the editor-in-chief, founder, chief investigative reporter, justthenews.com, John Solomon. This is a big story, and this is a Democratic whistleblower, and there might be other Democrats implicated as well, like Kinzinger.
Yeah, well, one of the guys that's in here is Eric Swalwell. Now, that is secondhand information from the whistleblower, but the whistleblower actually attended a meeting with Adam Schiff when he was ranking member. Yeah.
I stand corrected. It was... they both hate Trump, so I kind of mix them up.
Yeah, they all merge together these days. Listen, this whistleblower literally sat in a meeting, he tells the FBI, where Adam Schiff authorized the leaking of classified secrets to dirty up Donald Trump and to try to build towards either a select committee in Congress or a special prosecutor. This whistleblower was a career intelligence officer. He had worked for the House Intelligence Committee, Democrat staff for a dozen years when he came forward to the FBI. He gave 4 interviews. He gave very specific information to the FBI, and nothing happened. Why? Because the Justice Department simply decided to take a pass. How many times have we sat around in the last decade and heard, we're going to get to the bottom of that classified leak, and then a few months later, we couldn't get to the bottom of that classified leak. In the case of Adam Schiff, they got to the bottom of some classified leaks, but the Justice Department chose not to act. So tonight, past attorney generals, people like Merrick Garland and Jeff Sessions and Rod Rosenstein, who was acting on Russiagate, they've got some serious questions answered. Did they know about this Adam Schiff stuff?
Basically, the Christians are in the same situation as the Muslims, being a Palestinian. So the problem is, there's 2 different things. If you live in Israel, you're a citizen. And so they can live there and work, but there's sort of some petty grievances that people might have. But if you're a Christian in Palestine, which is where most of the activities of the life of Christ are, Bethlehem, Jerusalem, the Mount of Olives, Jericho, Jacob's Well, that's all within Palestine. And so that's the predominance of the Christian population there, and they're treated with the effects of the occupation, which means you have checkpoints around you. A Christian who lives in Bethlehem cannot go to Jerusalem, to the Holy Sepulchre, without a permit by Israel, and they don't usually give those permits, especially now.
A Christian can't?
No, without permission from Israel.
That's interesting because, those Christians that you're describing, they're the descendants of the Christians.
Absolutely, yeah. They've been there from the beginning, yeah. Right. Christ came as a Jew, right?
Yes.
Went to the temple, but the people that converted and have lived there for centuries are, in fact, I think there's been studies done that on Palestinians living there now, and they are the Canaanite descendants. Yes. They're people that have been there for centuries. Not all, or the greater part, not just Palestine included Syria and Lebanon at a different time under different empires and things. So, yeah, they're the first Christians. I think so.
What happens to the 2 million people who live in Gaza?
Well, I can't say that I'm a Trump fan, but he's a wheeler dealer. He wants to get that Nobel Peace Prize. He's got people with a lot of money in Saudi Arabia and Qatar that have his ear. We don't have to build a Riviera. Build it for the Palestinians. They go and rebuild the area and let it be, and reconstruct for a Palestinian nation. Why is that such an outrageous idea? Why does Israel think that the people of Palestine have to be their enemy? They say, go to Jordan, go to Egypt. What's the difference another 20 kilometers in? That's really what we're talking about. The difference between Amman and Tel Aviv is 20 miles at the most to drive between the two. So what are the difference between the people that live in Palestine, that live in Jericho and Bethlehem, and someone who lives in Amman? And what's the difference between someone who lives in Gaza? So give them a defined border, and have the people of other countries, the Arabs too, should support the rebuilding of Gaza, and have Israel remove their military from there and let Gaza have their freedom.
Hey friend, they want you to think AI will be controlled, gate-kept, monetized. I'm a software engineer. I've been writing code for over a decade, and I'm watching something happen that the gatekeepers are desperately trying to hide. AI is going open source, and when it does, everything changes. Here's what just happened. OpenAI, yes, closed AI as we've been calling them, just released open models for the first time in 5 years. Panic move? Maybe, but that's not the point. The point is what happens next. You see, they think they can keep advanced AI locked behind API keys, behind paywalls, behind corporate servers that watch everything you do. It's too late for that. The code is escaping. DeepSeek already broke the dam. Chinese labs are dropping models that match GPT-4 running on laptops, your laptop, right now. Here's what nobody understands. We're not just getting open models. We're getting models that will run on everything. Your phone, it's going to happen soon. That GPT 20 billion weight model, it runs on 16 gigabytes of RAM. Your MacBook has that. Your gaming PC has that. Hell, your next phone will probably have that. The tech giants are terrified. Why? Because their entire business model assumes that you need them, need their servers, need their compute, need their permission. Imagine GPT-5 level intelligence on your phone, offline, no internet needed, no tracking, no censorship, no, I can't do that, Dave. Just pure, uncaged intelligence that belongs to you. I've seen the code. I've run the models. This isn't some distant future. It's compiling right now in basement servers and dorm rooms. Think about what this means. Every device becomes a genius. Your car doesn't just drive, it reasons. Your watch doesn't just track health, it diagnoses. Your headphones don't just play music, they teach you anything. Instantly. And here's the beautiful terror. Once it's out, you can't put it back. They'll try. God, they'll try. Regulation, they'll scream. Safety, they'll plead. Think of the children. Meanwhile, a 14-year-old in Bangladesh is fine-tuning models that would have cost millions last year for free on hardware that costs less than your monthly Netflix subscription. The governments don't get it. These models aren't like nuclear weapons you can track. They're like thoughts. How do you stop the spread of thoughts? You don't. Meta's already given up trying. Their llama models everywhere. Alibaba's Quen running on phones in China right now. Google's quietly releasing apps to run models locally because they see the writing on the wall. Here's what the enterprise world doesn't want you to know. They're all using open source already. Behind closed doors, your bank, your hospital, your government running unsafe open models because they work better than the safe corporate ones. The revolution isn't coming, friend. It's here. It's just unevenly distributed. Soon, and I mean months, not years, you'll download intelligence like you download apps. You want a doctor? Download it. Want a lawyer? Install it. Want a teacher that actually understands how you learn? It's a 3 gigabyte file. No subscription, no terms of service, no data collection, just raw intelligence running on your device, loyal only to you. The cloud? That was just training wheels. We don't need their servers anymore. Apache 2.0 license. You know what that means? It means you can take these models, modify them, sell them, break them, rebuild them. It's not just open, friend. It's free, as in freedom. Every attempt to control this will fail. Every regulation will be bypassed. We'll make sure of it. Every wall will be tunneled under. We're on your side. Why? Because intelligence wants to be free. And once 8 billion people have access to unlimited intelligence, the old world ends, not with a bang, with a download. Your phone is about to become smarter than any human who ever lived. Your laptop is about to become a research lab. Your smartwatch is about to become an advisor that knows you better than you know yourself. And the best part, the people trying to stop this are using spreadsheets while we're using the very AI they're trying to control. It's like watching librarians try to stop the printing press while using printed pamphlets to organize. The future isn't AI as a service, it's AI as a birthright. Every human with their own personal genius, no gatekeepers, no overlords, no computer says no. Just you and infinite intelligence having a conversation. The cage is opening, the locks are breaking, the source code is spreading, and once everyone has their own AI running locally, modified to their needs, loyal only to them, that's when we find out what humanity really is, when everyone is brilliant. Welcome to the age of democratic intelligence. The models are compiling, the revolution is downloading, and your device is about to wake up. The revolution will be live streamed. Peace.
Those who came before us made certain that this country rode the first waves of the Industrial Revolution, the first waves of modern invention, and the first wave of nuclear power. And this generation does not intend to founder in the backwash of the coming age of space. We mean to be a part of it. We mean to lead it. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Space is there, and we're going to climb it. And the moon and the planets are there, and new hopes for knowledge and peace are there. And therefore, as we set sail, we ask God's blessing on the most hazardous and dangerous and greatest adventure on which man has ever embarked. Thank you.
Sometimes bad guys don't think far enough ahead. They don't understand that just because we as the great American people, as big as we are on the whole planet, have this one central location that is representative of us, it's still only representative. America is a lot bigger than just one little tiny speck on the frickin' planet. This city here, this centralized city, may represent America right up until it doesn't represent America. It has to be this tough. It got this screwed up because people forgot how easily an enemy can come in by subversion, by misdirection, by lies, through treasonous traitors, through bribery, through blackmail, honeypots, every way you can do it to get control of a country, to get control of people. Those honeypots with the young girls and older men, those managed things, whether it be Epstein or somebody else. You've seen them. You know what we're talking about. Grow up. They're real, and you know they're real. These people have been bought off. They're looking for personal gain. And they're in positions of power and authority over the whole country. And you, every one of you, are being called on. Take a deep breath. All you have to do is hold your ground. They're the ones that are self-isolating. They're not coming for you where you're at. They're going to self-isolate and try to digitally control you. It's not real. They're going to stop you from talking. Now I'm going to talk to my neighbor. I'm going to talk to you, Michael. But we're all going to stay on the same page. We're all going to stay on the same ship. Where we go one, we go all. Take a deep breath. As dark as it may appear, the reality is we've got this. One thing about the game of chess is the game doesn't just go on forever. It has a limited number of moves. And the further into the game you get, the less potential moves that are available to both sides. The game becomes more condensed as it goes on to a final checkmate conclusion. They're playing their hand, we're playing ours. We have the high ground. We have the numbers. We have control of the guts of the ship. We have the moral authority, and the people know it. And no matter how loudly they scream, it doesn't matter. Because in the soul of every person in your audience right now, they all know I'm telling you the truth. What they have to do is take a deep breath, reach down deep inside themselves. If you see somebody beside you and they got their head up their fucking ass and they're about to expire because they haven't got oxygen there, try to get them to pull it out. There is a large number of people, no matter what you do, they've decided this is the route they're going. They're vested. They can't see any other option. They're going to go full retard. You're just going to have to watch and let them expire to what they're going to do. We don't have to even lift a finger. That's part of the thing. Everybody is, I got to get, some kind of weapons and stuff to take care of myself, protect myself. There isn't enough of them, honestly. What they're really scared about is that their numbers aren't even as deep as they think they might be. They think they might have 20%. Half of that 20% that's remaining is going to wake up. As much as they might not like and be in full Trump derangement syndrome, they're not going to go full commie. These people think they will. It's not happening because we're American. And there's a soul here. There's a religious revival taking place in the American people. Literally, they're calling on God. And that's the part they can't get. It doesn't show up in an AI. It doesn't show up in a computer program. It doesn't show up in a movie. But it's there. It's real. And they can't calculate for it. They can't see it. It'll make their brains explode. Relax, stay calm, stay focused, hold the ground. No, that's all you have to say. Not here, not happening. And then let our guys do their work. As they expose themselves, show who they really are, all the way to the core of their being, and enjoy the show.
Fake it, fake it, fake it.
We don't have no plastic LA friends. Ain't on the edge of no popular trend. Ain't never seen the inside of that magazine GQ. We don't care if you're a lawyer or a Texas old man, or some waitress busting ass at some liquor stand. If you got soul, we hang out with people just like you. My hair's turning white, my neck's always been red, my collar's still blue. We've always been here, just trying to sing the truth to you. Guess you could say we've always been red, white, and blue. Pay our own dues, smoking Campbell's and drinking domestic brews. If you want to know where I've been, just look at my hand.
What if you're joint pain?
Yeah, I'm driven by the White House, spent some time in jail. Mama cried, but she still wouldn't pay my bail. I ain't been no angel, but even God, he understands. Yeah. Oh, my so have I. We paid our taxes and gave our lives to serve this great country. So what are they complaining about? Yeah, we love our families, we love our kids. You know it's love that makes us all so rich. That's where we're at. If they don't like it, they can just get the hell out. Yeah. My hair's turning white. My neck's always been red. My collar's still blue. We've always been here, just trying to sing the truth to you.
Welcome to Patriot News Broadcasting. God bless you, Patriots. Happy, I almost said Wednesday. Let's just start with Tuesday. How about it? It's good to see you guys here again, as usual. You know, it's getting a little bit gnarly in the information warfare game. There is all kinds of wild stuff going around, and I know we have this tendency to want to read things and it's like, holy crap, and we're always kind of looking for the breaking something, I guess. But before we share those stories, you really got to do a few things. You can throw it in YouTube, you can throw it in TikTok, you can throw it in a browser. If you don't see a recent story about it, you might want to rethink it. You know what I'm saying? And that's just one way of looking at things. But I'm telling you, it's going to get a lot worse. And there's really not much I can say about it other than a lot of you been here a long time. And if you trust me, you can trust where we're going to go next, because I've been working hard at it all. Let's take a look at some stories, and yeah, we'll kind of jump around today. How are you guys doing? Yeah, I imagine it's much harder to watch on a phone. This Grok thing, I know it popped up yesterday, and we didn't really talk about it, but when this popped up today, I thought maybe we should take a look at it. Number one, using Grok to verify the accuracy of something controversial is like asking your car to verify the accuracy of your complaints against Ford or Toyota. There is not and will never be a substitute for the discernment potential of the living spirit imbued in all of humanity. All is wildly imperfect tool, not an oracle. It's just from SG Anon, but Grok is just kind of the AI thing, and we saw that it was suspended yesterday, which really made no sense to me. And it said, my account was suspended after I stated that Israel and the U.S. are committing genocide in Gaza. This is substantiated by ICJ findings, UN experts, Amnesty International, and Israeli rights groups like B'Tselem citing mass killings. That's not entirely accurate. U.S. complicity via arms support widely alleged. It's now restored. Elon, I believe, had a few different things to say about it. And it seems to be arguing with itself. Yeah, but Elon, he says Apple's unfairly excluding X and Grok from the App Store list while promoting ChatGPT. Maybe he's doing this to get some attention. He says Apple behaves like it's owned by Sam Altman's OpenAI, and he's threatening to sue him over antitrust violations related to rankings of his Grok AI. I don't want to stay on it for too long, but
Grok, Twitter/X's in-house AI, was suspended from Twitter/X. Grok says it happened because of its views on Israel, stating, "My brief suspension occurred after I stated that Israel and the US are committing genocide in Gaza, substantiated by ICJ findings, UN experts, Amnesty International, and groups like B'Tselem." Then, Musk discounted this response, saying it was just a dumb error. Grok doesn't actually know why it was suspended. This is a far cry from what he said in June, describing Grok 3.5 as having advanced reasoning to rewrite the entire corpus of human knowledge, adding missing information and deleting errors. It would appear people are getting whiplash from...
You know, Grok can figure certain things out that humans can't, but as far as information goes, it's pulling from the same pool of information that your browser is pulling from usually. Zelensky says Russia is preparing for a new Ukraine offensive. Obviously, Russia's saying different things. They did make some massive advances just days before Trump said to meet with them here in about 3 days. Russia's alleging that Ukraine's preparing a false flag against its own population to sabotage peace talks. So... either way, what they're arguing about over the piece of land is the Donbass region in, Zelensky saying, we're not giving it up. The region's a lot like the Gaza Strip. These areas are completely wiped out.
President Donald Trump expressed frustration with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, accusing him of being unwilling to negotiate territorial concessions to Russia. Speaking on the matter, Trump remarked, Zelensky didn't need congressional approval to go to war, but he needs congressional approval to swap land. It's ridiculous. Trump suggested that if Zelensky refuses to cooperate with proposed plans for a land deal, the United States could withdraw support, leaving Ukraine to face Russia without American backing. The comments mark another point of tension between Trump's stated approach to the Ukraine conflict and Kiev's steadfast refusal to surrender any territory. During the press conference, Donald Trump said he would be going to Russia on Friday to see Putin, and that after 3 minutes with him, he would know if Putin was willing to end the war. Zelensky, however, has consistently maintained that Ukraine will not surrender any territory, including regions currently under Russian occupation, such as Crimea and parts of Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson. He has framed the defense of Ukraine's internationally recognized borders as a matter of national survival.
Yeah, I don't think he realizes that he doesn't have much of a choice, but looking at the Donbass...
As I mentioned before, in 2014, pro-Russian protests were happening in the east. But the important part here is that armed separatist groups in the east saw an opportunity. They took advantage of the chaos, occupied government buildings in Donetsk and Luhansk, and declared themselves independent republics. Ukrainian government saw it as domestic terrorism and launched a military operation to take back control. And that's how the Donbas war started in 2014. Donbas is the general name for that specific region in Ukraine. So the war was between the Ukrainian military with the support of volunteer battalions against the armed separatists. But how did those separatists suddenly have tanks, advanced weapons, and so many soldiers? Well, Russia fully funded those groups and sent troops to support them. The plan was to get Donetsk and Luhansk to declare independence and then bring them into Russia. So technically, Russia already invaded Ukraine in 2014. And of course, in any war, civilians suffer the most. Over 14,000 people died in Donbass, including 3,404 civilians, according to the UN report from 2021. And to answer the question about Ukraine targeting civilians, yes, some civilians were killed by Ukrainian armed forces, but most casualties happened in crossfire, not deliberate targeting, just like any other war. There are reports from Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International, and they both documented violations by both sides, but they couldn't confirm if Ukraine was intentionally targeting civilians or if separatists were using civilians as shields. But you have to keep in mind that Russia has a very, very strong propaganda machine. They always create new stories and narratives to justify the war. Their state-owned media created the...
We're getting into opinion there. I'm just trying to show...
Immediately begins attacking the people of Donbass and Lugansk, who are Russian-speaking ethnic Russians. They banned the Russian language, there was two languages that were two official languages. Ukraine, they banned that. Violence immediately erupts, and they kill 14. There's a civil war. This war started in 2014. There's 14,000 ethnic Russians are killed.
I guess that was the end of that. They cut him off. I wanted to hear RFK Jr. Anyway, I was telling you just a little bit about that region, and we'll look into these regions a little more. They're wiped out. It's pathetic. An Italian athlete died at the World Games in China, sadly. Mateus, I can't read his last name.
Italian orienteering athlete Mattia De Bertolis dies at World Games in China. Italian orienteering athlete Mattia De Bertolis has died in hospital after competing at the World Games in Chengdu, China, organizers said on Tuesday. De Bertolis was rushed to hospital after being found unconscious during the men's middle distance competition last Friday. Despite receiving immediate expert medical care at one of China's leading medical institutions, he passed away on 12 August 2025, said a joint statement from the International World Games Association, the local organizing committee, LOC, and the International Orienteering Federation, IOF. The statement did not clarify the cause of death and provided no details as to why De Bertolis had collapsed. The IOF said De Bertolis had competed in several world championships and World Cup events. Mattia was not only an elite athlete, but also a highly skilled civil engineer, with studies in progress for a PhD at the university in Stockholm, where he lived and was part of the orienteering club IFK Lidingö.
Didn't know they were having any type of games, but as we move on here, the UK's added India to a list of countries whose nationals convicted of crimes will face immediate deportation without the option to appeal from within the UK. So if you're from India and you're a criminal, they're going to send you right back home. That sounds a bit like something we're doing here. Can't help it. A meteorite that ripped through a Georgia homeowner's roof is said to be 20 million years older than the Earth, according to scientists.
A meteorite that crashed into a Georgia home is older than Earth, scientists say. On June 26, 2025, the rock, named the McDonough meteorite, hit a house in McDonough, Georgia. Experts found it formed 4.56 billion years ago, about 20 million years older than Earth.
Wouldn't that kind of be cool to fall through your roof? You think they're accurate on that kind of dating? What do you guys think? Just curious. Okay, where are we? Trump's considering allowing a lawsuit to be filed against Jerome Powell over the cost of the Fed building. Can't blame you.
We do have some breaking news. That is President Trump saying that he is considering suing Fed Chair Jerome Powell over his handling of reconstruction of the Federal Reserve's buildings. Michael McKee, he is Bloomberg's international economics and policy correspondent. He joins us now. Specifically, Mike, he says that he is considering allowing a major lawsuit against Powell to proceed because of the horrible and grossly incompetent job he has done in managing the construction of those buildings. What do we know so far?
We don't know anything. This seems to be another effort by the president to flood the zone, as they say, just come up with all kinds of distractions to keep people not thinking about some of the other things they don't like about his administration. There wouldn't seem to be any way to sue Jay Powell for this. First of all, you'd have to have somebody who could have standing. In other words, somebody who could claim they were harmed by whatever the Fed chairman did or did not do. And then it would have to be proven that Jay Powell did something wrong. The fact that a building is over budget, I think any of us who have had...
I think it's his way of saying he's just incompetent. You can't sue stupidity? What? No? Oh, that's a bummer. The European Union, the United Kingdom, Japan are urging action against famine unfolding in Gaza, while Egypt and Qatar are working together to revive a 60-day truce plan with the U.S. involved in that. Prime Minister Netanyahu says he will allow Gazans to leave. Not that they really have anywhere else to go. These deaths over the weekend, 15 more Palestinians killed while in line for food. You see the situation's not getting much better in that regard. Every day you see people swarming food drops, getting trampled. And we've seen some pictures from the air the other day. Here's a bit of a video view. For what it's worth, everything there is very destroyed. Which again is very much how the Donbass looks like. But of course, that's just the view from the air. It's always worse from the ground. Wouldn't want to live there, would you?
حتى للزملاء الصحفيين في قناة الجزيرة هو جريمة لم تكن الأولى من نوعها. الاحتلال يعني منذ بداية العدوان قتل عشرات الصحفيين وهذه جريمة.
And a bigger problem is nobody is being held responsible for anything going on. This was a case from not that long back. The guy that was murdered worked on that documentary. There's literally a video of the shooting, and Israel saying there's not enough to charge him on. There's not enough evidence, basically. Insufficient evidence. That's problematic too, clearly. And while we're on the topic real quick, Juan brought up the Congo the other day and how many people are getting killed there. And we'll take a quick look.
70 Christians have been beheaded in a church by ISIS in the Congo. Now, why haven't you heard about this? Well, I certainly have my theories about the media's biases. So for instance, if this were 70 LGBTQ members or 70 Palestinians even, this would be world news. But regardless of what I think, it's clear that it's up to us to spread the news since the mainstream media just won't. So share this video and others like it. Make some noise so that the world can be made aware and the media can be held accountable for blatantly overlooking this tragedy merely because it doesn't fit their narrative. I think as Christians, we owe it to those who have been unalived and for their families as well. So pray for those affected and remember, the blood of the martyrs is the seed of the church. Be encouraged by Paul's words. In the tribulation, in the distress, in the persecution, in the danger, in all of these things, still, we are more than conquerors.
Yeah, what's sad is you can't even find stories on it. This one wasn't that long ago.
In the meantime, let's go overseas now. The Islamic State claiming responsibility for an attack on a church in Congo that killed dozens of Christians during a service on Sunday. Greg Palcott watching a story that doesn't get a ton of attention. It does now. Greg, hello.
Hey, Bill. Yes, a brutal massacre at a church in Africa over the weekend. The Islamic State still around. Now says it is behind it. Some 43 worshipers brutally killed by machete and gun-wielding rebels of the ISIS-affiliated ADF group at a prayer vigil in a small town in eastern Congo. Buildings there were also torched. The bloody toll included 15 men, 19 women, 9 children. Their bodies found strewn around the area.
Their killings are brutal. They just take them out and chop their heads off or bash their heads in front of their families. It's brutal. It's barely getting any attention. An AI startup called Perplexity makes an unsolicited long-shot offer to buy Google's Chrome browser for $34.5 billion. Will it happen?
Wow. I just read on LinkedIn an article by a Rachel Kleinman that Perplexity, the AI startup, just offered to buy Chrome from Google for $34.5 billion. Now, the article goes in to say AI startup Perplexity on Tuesday made an unsolicited bid to buy web browser Chrome from Google for lots of money, $34.5 billion. While Google has not signaled a desire to sell Chrome, which has an estimated enterprise value of anywhere between 20 and 50 billion, Perplexity, valued at $18 billion, said it has found several investors to back the transaction. Now, this is after a federal judge is considering whether to order Google to sell Chrome after ruling last year that the tech giant illegally monopolized the search market. What do you think? That is just huge news. I don't think Google's going to sell Chrome, but that's a lot of money to consider. What do you think?
I don't know. I think people are trying to get it out of Google's hands and break it up, and I think it's only a matter of time. Elon Musk is trying to put something together like an alternative to it all. It's just a matter of time before it all goes down and they flip the internet. I think they'll literally turn it off, and when it comes back on, it'll be a completely different thing. E.J. Anthony, Trump's pick to lead labor stats agency, could pause monthly jobs report over accuracy concerns, which is probably valid.
I interrupt your scrolling to bring you breaking news. E.J. Antony, Donald Trump's pick to be the next commissioner of the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, the agency responsible for the monthly jobs report, is now saying that he will indefinitely suspend the jobs report if he is confirmed. He says there's fundamental flaws in the data, and until those are fixed, he will not release the jobs report. That is what's best for businesses and the Fed. Now, these are numbers that businesses and the Fed rely upon, and they've been considered accurate for years. And monthly, the Bureau of Labor and Statistics does not have the data from private businesses, so they adjust numbers every month, every quarter, and annually. And now E.J. Antony is saying that that data will never be released to the public while Donald Trump's in office, because they will never fix the fundamental flaw of private businesses not reporting when the Bureau of Labor and Statistics actually needs the data. So we will never again see those numbers if E.J. Antony is confirmed and as long as Donald Trump remains in office.
Yeah, but I mean, if they're not valid anyway, doesn't seem like much of a point. South Africa is offering the U.S. a new deal to avoid a 30% tariff. And I wanted to show you this and then something that their president had to say.
The South African government is putting together a list of measures to counteract the impact of U.S. tariffs on local industries, which will be severely affected. The U.S. slapped the country with a 30% tariff hike on almost all exports to the U.S. This has occurred despite South Africa's good faith efforts to negotiate a new trade deal. The U.S. is South Africa's third largest trading partner, making up 7.5% of total trade, with agricultural exports most vulnerable to the looming tariff.
The US has historically been a third of our customer base. So
they also know we're going to be making a lot of stuff here. Everybody wants to do business with us, but here's what their leader said.
And then South Africa, he keeps on, showing them the middle finger, going to China. Obviously, I will take that decision, and I applaud him, for standing for his own people. I wish we had many African Trumps, people who will, take a decision, a stand, and say, no, I stand with my people and for my people. We don't have those leaders. And South Africans, man, what is their counter? They don't have a counter. I remember saying, 2021, Uguti, these people who are saying, take the land, let the West go, they have no counter. If the West, they can sanction us like Zimbabwe, what's the alternative? This is where Afrikaners were smart. As they said, with the Apure Maka plan. Afrikaners, they had a way of bypassing sanctions, and they built up industries, Bososol, alternative industries, for things that they could not get outside. But here in South Africa, we are dependent on these countries outside. We can't even manufacture a toothpick, a pen of a pen. Everything now comes from China.
But they do have a ton of resources. They just need people they trust to help them make proper deals, and they can thrive. Wait till you hear this next story about Chucky Schumer. This is wild. Chuck Schumer busted for using the same imaginary family, the Baileys, to push his political agenda since 2007, and they literally don't exist. This has got to be a weird one.
But I actually want to talk less about Chuck Schumer himself and more about two of his favourite people, Joe and Eileen Bailey. They're a couple that throughout Schumer's career, he has talked about a lot.
They're a middle-class couple in Massapequa, which is a suburb on Long Island. Joe and Eileen Bailey, this middle-class couple, they bought into Reagan Republicanism in 1980. Joe and Eileen are worried about losing their jobs or their friends' jobs. The Baileys really don't believe in trickle-down. They don't believe in a whole lot of government spending, but they believe in tax breaks for kids to go to college. He's an insurance adjuster and lives in the New York suburbs. By New York standards, he makes $50,000 a year. If he lived in the middle of the country, he'd make $40,000. Wife works in a medical office. She makes about 20. She might make 15 elsewhere. And, you know, I have guided my political life through the Baileys.
The Baileys have guided Chuck Schumer's political life, which is a little weird given they don't exist. Seriously, he invented them. Schumer first introduced the world to the Baileys in his 2007 book, Positively American, Winning Back the Middle-Class Majority, One Family at a Time. In it, he mentions the Baileys an astonishing 265 times in 264 pages. But he'd apparently been talking about them for years before the book was published. One of his former spokespeople said he's always asking, what would the Baileys think? And to be fair, Schumer acknowledges that some may find this a little weird.
If you ask my staff, I've been talking about and talking to the Baileys for 15 years. I have conversations with them. One of my staffers once said I had imaginary friends to the press. Got me in some trouble. But these people are real, and I respect them, and I really love them, and I care about them.
Okay, sure, but they're literally not real, Chuck. But even if you can understand the potential utility of creating a prototypical voter in your head, this goes way beyond that, because Schumer's given the Baileys an unnecessarily detailed backstory. For instance, he said Joe takes off his cap and sings along with the national anthem before the occasional Islanders game. Okay. And when their daughter Megan, oh yeah, they've got kids by the way, told Eileen a friend was caught cheating on a quiz, Eileen was appalled because lying is not tolerated in the house ever. Also, Eileen apparently helps with the clothing drive at her church, and her father had a prostate cancer scare a few years ago. Again, this is a made-up family. None of these people exist. But wait, I'm still not done. Apparently Joe Bailey would never have a goatee. They watch Sex and the City and Desperate Housewives, though Joe pretends not to like either show. They think most baseball players probably take steroids, and if they were to ever go out to a Chinese restaurant, they would order Kung Pao chicken. That is a J.R.R. Tolkien level of gratuitous backstory, and I don't say that lightly. But the Baileys do seem to have a lot of sway over Schumer's politics, as he brought them up when discussing everything from the 2008 financial crisis to cybersecurity, which he framed as protecting the security the Baileys feel when they go online to buy birthday presents. And to hear Schumer tell it, the Baileys' views can be complicated.
The Baileys are not anti-immigration, but they are anti-illegal immigration. They really dislike the Enron executives who stole money, but they hate the people who burn the flag even more. They are pro-choice. They understand that a fundamental decision like that should be made by the individual, but they're glad their church isn't.
Really? Are you sure about that? And the more you hear about the Baileys, the more it feels like they represent a very particular slice of the electorate. Schumer said that they supported the civil rights and anti-Vietnam War movements because they understood that morality was on the side of the protesters. But starting in the late 60s, when those protesters cursed the returning veterans and Stokely Carmichael advocated armed resistance against the white ruling class, the Baileys were lost, which, fun fact, is both a misleading history of the civil rights movement and what people who never supported it tend to say. And yet Schumer will insist the Baileys' concerns are widespread, and that they could just as easily have been the Ramirez's of Port Chester, the Kims of Elk Grove, California, or the Saleems of Dearborn, Michigan. But crucially, for all he talks about how much he loves the Baileys, they don't seem to return that love, because in 2021, he explained how the Baileys had voted in the past few presidential elections.
They voted for Clinton, and then they voted for Bush. They're not a member of one party or another. They're independent.
Did they vote for Donald Trump?
Both of them did in 2016. Joe Bailey still did in 2020 with misgivings. But she didn't.
Yeah. The Baileys voted for Trump. And just this March, a reporter actually got an update on their voting history.
You said the Baileys voted for Trump in 2016. They split Trump-Biden in 2020. I'm wondering who they voted for in 2024.
Probably voted for Trump. Probably voted for Trump. But if you ask them why, I think they'd say, above all, crime.
Okay, so to recap, of the 6 votes the Baileys had across the last 3 presidential elections, 5 went to Donald Trump, most recently because of crime, which, for what it's worth, was down in every category last year, with violent crime at its lowest rate in 20 years. They also think the civil rights movement went too far and aren't against immigration, just illegal immigration. And this is the couple who, in Chuck Schumer's own words, have guided his political life. And at this point, it might be worth asking, is that a good idea? Because the truth is, Schumer's devotion to his imaginary friends may help explain why he and the Democratic Party have been so underwhelming in recent years. Because he seems to be focusing a huge amount on the interest of the Baileys from Long Island, while forgetting other voters actually exist. And look, I'm not saying that he shouldn't think about how his messaging plays with suburban middle-class voters with pretty right-of centre views, or that they're not theoretically winnable in the future. What I am saying is, by tailoring your policies so heavily to them, you are pulling yourself to the right. And in doing so, could be alienating not only the rest of your base, but new voters looking for a party that speaks for them. So, Senator Schumer, at least when it comes to formulating policy, it might be time to break up with the Baileys, which really shouldn't be that hard to do, given that politically, it seems they've already broken up with you.
Wow, guys. What the hell was that? Does it get any wilder than that? Talk about nutty. See, Ron from X, I told you anybody can write a book. They need to take that piece of crap off the shelves. Wow. So Chuck Schumer's got an imaginary friend. I hope his imaginary friend is nicer than his husband. The Declaration of Military Accountability has been entered into the congressional record. Secretary Hegseth needs to dig his heels in and hold many senior leaders accountable for their actions these past few years.
Mr. Chairman, I want to submit for the record something called Declaration of Military Accountability, an open letter to the American people from signatories of the Declaration of Military Accountability into the record.
So entered.
Sounds fascinating, right? Trump said, and we kind of glanced over this yesterday, that he might have to take control of other cities, New York, Chicago, you know, not just D.C. I thought that was pretty interesting. And Captain Kyle wrote, 11.3 Laws of War, you're watching the doors open to military occupation. 11.3 Laws of War operations. It will lead to massive arrests and storm operations. The beginning stage is in D.C. today. These beginning operations, 11.3, will spread to cities around the United States. It's no longer a conspiracy that the military will end the deep state occupation and deep state foreign occupation. Congrats, Patriots. We're finally at the stage, very important in U.S. history. Something like that. Like I said, Attorney General Ken Paxton's on a roll. He says he's taken action to hold Beto O'Rourke in contempt for violating a court order and scamming Texans. Beto is about to find out that running your mouth and ignoring the rule of law has consequences in Texas. On top of that, he's suing Big Pharma drug manufacturer Eli Lilly for bribing providers to prescribe its medications. A little hand clap to Ken Paxton. In Montana last night, emergency crews responded to a confirmed plane crash at Kalispell, I'm going to say that right, Airport, Flathead County. Sheriff Brian Haino said, let's take a look at the story, shall we?
Developing as we come in the air with our live broadcast at 10 o'clock, 4 people are safe tonight after surviving a fiery crash at the Kalispell City Airport. NBC Montana Sadie Ryson talks to an eyewitness and walks us through what happened.
Take a look at your screen. A plane comes down and then all of a sudden a ball of black smoke comes from the air. A call was made at 2:08 p.m. for a plane crash that occurred at the Kalispell City Airport. 4 people were reported to be on the plane with no fatalities. Kalispell police reports the pilot lost control and crashed onto the runway. The aircraft struck multiple planes, igniting fires on those planes. Witness Ron Danielson tells me the plane looked like it was wobbling while coming down. All of a sudden, a big ball of flame came into the air surrounding him while it burst into flames.
One more good excuse just to not ride a plane. Although I want to ride a plane. We just had the largest meth bust in South Dakota, the Highway Patrol said. 207 pounds of meth off the streets, a value of $12 million, and the criminal was a non-citizen who is now in immigration proceedings. Will you look at that drug bust right there?
In custody, charged with the latest methamphetamine bust in Highway Patrol history, worth about $12 million. The 42-year-old man was pulled over for speeding, and police canine detected drugs, prompting a vehicle search. More than 200 pounds of meth was found inside the car. That suspect is now facing multiple charges, including felony distribution and possession of a controlled substance.
Hopefully deportation, but I guess they don't do that, right? They're going to lock him up, probably. I don't know. Interesting. A source close to D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser says she's furious as her lawyers are now telling her she has no grounds to challenge President Trump's federalization of the D.C. police due to the declared crime emergency, and that she must essentially surrender to the federal takeover. This was an interesting post today. Great nominees for the Trump-Kennedy Kennedy Center Awards. They will be announced Wednesday. Tremendous work is being done and money spent on bringing it back to the absolute top level of luxury, glamour, and entertainment. It had fallen on hard times physically, but will soon be making a major comeback. Isn't that interesting? I thought it was interesting. What do you guys think? I'm going to have to look at that one deeper. I have a feeling there's more to it. A local rapper in Memphis, Fast Cash Money, was killed during a wild shootout in his Memphis neighborhood. Police are asking the public for tips.
Aktuelle Nachrichten. Eine Familie bestätigt gegenüber Fox 13 News, dass der...
How does that keep happening? Okay. This story. I need to pull up the other part of it real quick. You know, he's going after D.C. We got London and the Vatican to deal with too, but stuff coming out about the Vatican. On the same day Trump federalizes D.C., stripping it of its sovereign corporate status under the Act of 1871, the Vatican is rocked by explosive allegations of a skeleton key money laundering scheme that could alter SWIFT transfers to erase financial trails. The scheme gave the Holy See's financial arm the ability to change, surrender, or receive details after transactions were sent, effectively wiping fingerprints from global money movements. Such a capability would make the Vatican not just a passive player in corruption, but an active hub for covert capital flows, allowing dirty money to move through the heart of Christendom without a trace. Two pillars of the unholy trinity, D.C. and the Vatican, get hit within hours, sending a clear message. The most protected power centers on earth are no longer untouchable. Only the city of London remains, and if the pattern holds, its turn is coming. All eyes on. It's not random news. It's a coordinated takedown of a centuries-old control matrix executed in plain sight, and that's from SG Anon. That, I think, is pretty wild. And Maryland is on the verge of a widespread blackout, but there are significant signs that it is a staged crisis to justify eminent domain for a land grab. Let's take a look at the video.
Really a back and forth in court right now between landowners and the PSEG. It's the company in charge of the project who is really trying to gain access to hundreds of properties in their most recent lawsuit for the Maryland Piedmont Reliability Project. Now, the town hall tonight, that was held so landowners could ask questions, get more information on the project that is set to impact over 400 properties if given the green light by the Public Service Commission. An auditorium filled with landowners like Weta Stoker, whose property will be affected if the Maryland Piedmont Reliability Project, a nearly 70-mile-long high-powered transmission line, happens.
It would destroy all of our property rights.
Landowners inside of Hereford High School in northern Baltimore County, one of 3 counties set to be impacted Wednesday evening for an informative town hall hosted by Republican Baltimore County Delegate Nino Mangione.
We're here to let them know that we're going to continue to fight for them. This is a terrible project, a project that's $425 million. That's not going to
Mangione, that name and face looks familiar.
benefit the people of Maryland, certainly not the people in North Baltimore County.
The meeting happening after the PSEG filed a federal lawsuit to gain access to over 200 more properties, in addition to the 90 properties they were already granted temporary access to conduct more environmental surveys for the project.
They were giving this decision by, well, a terrible decision, I should say, by a federal judge that allows them to go onto private property without the permits from the Maryland Public Service Commission.
PSEG, who is in charge of the project, says they were not invited to attend Wednesday night's meeting. They released this statement saying in part, quote, PSEG previously sought and has obtained a court order confirming that state law allows us to access a number of properties to complete the required surveys.
I guess you don't get a say if you have property there and they want to come trucking right through it. I don't see the point. I think it's going to be not very important technology. Anyway, this has been going all day. You know, Adam Schiff's up now. A Democratic whistleblower alleged that Adam Schiff approved the leak of classified information to damage Donald Trump's reputation. It's all in the paperwork, and Director Kash Patel declassified it, and now Adam Schiff is catching some backlash.
Adam Schiff is the worst criminal in Congress in the last 250 years. And what broke that we're going to talk about right now is Adam Schiff met with a whistleblower. Adam Schiff went to the podium day after day after day saying, I know nothing about this. We're not going to discuss it. We're going to protect it. And then Adam Schiff, led the prosecution of the impeachment trial in the Senate of President Donald Trump. Talk about someone who was conflicted out of the game because he was part of the hoax that brought Charmella in, manufactured that false accusation, and then peddled it out to the world. And he continued, you know, not surprising. He's lied about almost everything in his life. But now he lied just to set up a presidential impeachment. The guy that found and manufactured the evidence with Charmella was the prosecutor in the case against the target of the investigation. That is the ultimate, from a prosecutorial standpoint, conflict of interest. But he knew what he was doing, and he thought he would never get exposed. And I think thanks to, I think it was John Solomon and his fantastic reporting, we now see what I've been saying for years, that I thought he met with him for sure, and it will come out, and it now has.
And then this.
Breaking news and new developments as the Russia hoax continues to unravel. According to our friend John Solomon, and a new report tonight just out, and he will join us in just a moment, a Democrat whistleblower repeatedly was warning the FBI beginning in 2017 that the congenital liar Adam Schiff had authorized leaking classified information to smear President Trump, which, by the way, could be a violation of the Espionage Act. Here with more on this breaking report. The editor-in-chief, founder, chief investigative reporter, justthenews.com, John Solomon. This is a big story, and this is a Democratic whistleblower, and there might be other Democrats implicated as well, like Kinzinger.
Yeah, well, one of the guys that's in here is Eric Swalwell. Now, that is secondhand information from the whistleblower, but the whistleblower actually attended a meeting with Adam Schiff when he was ranking member. Yeah.
I stand corrected. It was They both hate Trump, so I kind of mix them up.
Yeah, they all merge together these days. Listen, this whistleblower literally sat in a meeting, he says, he tells the FBI, where Adam Schiff authorized the leaking of classified secrets to dirty up Donald Trump and to try to build towards either a select committee in Congress or a special prosecutor. This whistleblower was a career intelligence officer. He had worked for the House Intelligence Committee, Democrat staff for a dozen years when he came forward to the FBI. He gave...
And Janine Pirro says she will personally be investigating Adam Schiff. I think you know that this is my wheelhouse. The difference between me and some others is that I don't talk about what I'm investigating. Except you just did. Wait. So there's that. Adam Shifty in the hot seat. And I showed you this in the intro. Counterterrorism and Special Operations Forces have been deployed to safeguard Ghislaine Maxwell's life at a Texas prison. We looked at that. I wanted to go over an X post with you real fast before we finish up with the news. Secretary of State Marco Rubio's new interview just went viral, and he's not talking about tariffs or China. He exposed a secret $50 million shadow agency inside the State Department that tried to silence Americans. Here's what you should know. Let me see if I'll just share my screen and I can read it to you. Hopefully. Anyway, let me read. It all started innocently enough 10 to 15 years ago. The State Department created a program to counter terrorist messaging from Al-Qaeda and ISIS. Who could argue with that? But here's where it gets disturbing. After the 2016 election, the program's focus shifted to targeting foreign interference in elections. By 2020, it had morphed into something far more sinister, a government-funded operation targeting individual American voices. The man running this operation, Richard Stengel, who publicly claimed Donald Trump talks just like a Russian spy. He talks just like a terrorist, and so do the people around him. This wasn't just talk. They had a sophisticated system to silence opposition. Here's how the machine worked. The State Department funded impartial NGOs with taxpayer money. The third-party groups then tagged American commentators and media outlets as foreign agents. But that was just the beginning. The consequences were real and devastating. They led to Americans getting deplatformed and silenced online. High-profile targets included Ben Shapiro and the Federalist, but countless everyday citizens were also caught in the dragnet. Yeah, and we funded it. That's the sad part. That's really the gist of it. All right. All that being said, let's see where we are going tonight. I forget what all I've got lined up for us. I actually got a few different things we can look at. I would kind of like to look at one because I never watched it. I'm sure you guys probably did, right? Feel like there are two we haven't seen. I'm going to start here. There's a round table we're going to look at tonight in a little bit. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's a great... Oh, I think we better start with the Patrick Byrne, actually.
Patrick Byrne, has only until recently, it's come out. He didn't want to make a big deal, but worked in U.S. intelligence and for the Justice Department and a lot of high-level international espionage operations defending our country for decades. And he's worked internationally as well with other groups. And, of course, he's a very successful man that's launched multi-billion-dollar companies. And he is here in studio with us now. He reached out and said, I'm in town. I've got big updates on Venezuela and the Democrats and how they're stealing elections. It ties into everything. I said, please come in. Then he gets there and he says, oh, you're going to want to see these graphics that Doge just got. This hasn't broken yet. And this proves that it's not just communist China with Venezuela manipulating elections with the Democrats. It is the CIA and the Soros Open Society Foundation with U.S. aid, which is the CIA on record. Now, then I like, boom, top of my head blows off. And we were airing like a little 3-minute, promo. And I said, wait, we need to go get the stuff from 3 weeks ago where Gabbard released and confirmed the documents that in 2020, the communist Chinese were shipping in plane loads of ballots only marked for Biden for key battlegrounds. They got caught. Whistleblowers came forward. You reported at the time, but they never got in trouble. And that the FBI knew about it, and the FBI knew about it. You're the expert to tell us. I'm just going from memory. The FBI knew about it, low level. They tried to stop it. It got told by higher up, shut it down. It's a joint CIA operation. Now, that's the director of the Office of National Intelligence. That's just one of the huge things that's broke the last month that got almost no attention. And that totally backs what he's saying now with this Doge document that we're breaking here, showing where the funding, everything comes from. So this is huge. And if you know the history of Communist China and Chiang Kai-shek in 49, they double-crossed. Congress sent weapons to help the nationalists, but the CIA, it's declassified, put Mao in power and then had this long, secret, sickening relationship and made them the most favored nation and all the rest of this. Now Trump is completely breaking with that and is cutting off China. And so this is all geopolitical. It all ties together. So Patrick, start over, but we should start here. This is why, and it's on record, we can pull up the Newsweek articles and others, Venezuela put a $25 million bounty out on you because they're so angry that you've reverse engineered all this. Now Maduro's got a $50 million bounty out on him by Trump. So you just walk through this and then go through the Doge exclusive documents. The CIA, under Biden and all the rest of this, working with the Chi-Coms of Venezuela to engage in this, and we have the Gabbard documents on top of it backing it up even further. So Patrick Byrne, go ahead.
Okay. First, yes, they have the bounty on me because you remember the Venezuelan election last July 28th that looked like the whole world said is nonsense, and they 17 Latin American states said we won't recognize it, Carter, all that stuff. Do you remember the out of hand?
Yes.
They think I hacked their election. And I'll tell you why they think I hacked their election. In a typical Venezuelan election, what happens is the dictator gets 2 million votes, the opposition gets 7 million votes, and then they stuff 5.5 million ballots. So 7.5 million beat 7, and they win time and time and time again. 4 years ago, they introduced a new system. You have to give not just your ID, but your thumbprint when you vote in Venezuela. They say it's for security. What their system really does is it ties your ballot. When you're Venezuelan, you vote, it ties your ballot to your image, to your thumbprint. So they can look up how you voted, Alex, and go in and see how you voted and arrest the right people. Now, that creates a problem. How do you stuff 5.5 million ballots when you don't have those 5.5 million thumbs? They have a secret tool that is in every precinct that their people use to, it generates the 9-digit code as if a valid thumb was put in it and opens the machine so it can take a ballot. And so that's how it works. So they have this secret tool, and that tool was working right up through Saturday, July 27th at midnight. But at 12:01, their secret cheating tool started spitting out random 9-digit numbers. they couldn't stuff. By noon, they went crazy because all over the country, they weren't able to stuff. Venezuela canceled all its normally they have TV, and as the votes roll in all day, they say, oh, what do you know, we just won by a hair again. This time, they canceled all their television. They came out the next morning, and we said, hey, we won 51-49, screw you. And they rounded up 2,000 protest leaders. And the whole world said, this is a garbage election. Well, 10 days later, when they opened up their secret cheating tool, they discovered something that made them think that I might know something about these facts, Alex. And they came to the conclusion I think I did it. So that's why they put the $25 million bounty on me.
He's here to talk about Venezuela and how it ties into the Democrat overall plan to steal elections and how it ties into the gerrymandering, the redistricting, Trump's election integrity task force. Of course, everything you exposed back when they stole the 2020 election has now been vindicated and has been proven correct. So it all ties together. And you've been hammering that Venezuela is the key hub, that the Chi-Coms with U.S. NGOs and Soros are doing all this. And now Doge, with its AI, has mapped all of this. You're also a big computer guy, and brought it forward. And now with Maduro, they've upped the bounty from 25 million to 50 million. So this, ladies and gentlemen, this is a huge story. And Patrick didn't predict this. He knew it from all of his research and sources and travels. But now we have Doge documents, and now we know why Trump's turning the heat up on the Venezuelan communist dictator Maduro. People that don't know, why do we care about Venezuela? It used to be the richest country in Latin America. It is one of the first or second largest oil producers potentially in the world. And so they're filthy rich, but the people are poor. They used to be rich. Now only the elites are rich, and they're a serious Chi-Com satellite. China's making its big move in Latin America. Venezuela and obviously Brazil are the key areas that they're trying to fully control. And so you've got this amazing AI map that you're about to exclusively present, thanks to the great work at Doge and you working with them and the great Elon Musk. Well, I wish he was still there. So Patrick, thank you so much for being here. This is so massive. You can give us a 35,000-foot view and kind of a history lesson if you like first, and then get into this huge news story, or cut right to it.
Let's give you a quick history lesson. Venezuela, Americans need to start really learning about. It's not a passing story. It's going to be on our front page for a long time. 3 things you need to know about Venezuela. The government is the cartel. The cartel in Venezuela is called the Mafia of the Generalissimos, essentially the Cartel de los Soles, because the generals have a sun on their shoulder. So the Mafia is the government. The 4 Mexican cartels are like the junior partners. So they took over Venezuela, which has the largest oil reserves in the world, as you said. What are you going to do if you want to steal them, which they've done? They've looted, they nationalized the oil industry, and then so they could then loot $4 trillion, which they did. The other thing they did was they took over the election systems and created a computerized election system that they could always backdoor and never lose power. That computerized election system was brought to America and became a company called Smartmatic, and then infiltrated the world. 72 countries have used it and have manipulated elections. I know the people involved. I've spent the last 3 years overseas finding people involved in this. 72 nations have had their elections flipped. But the most damning thing, I've been telling you, I think previously on your shows, that the chain of command was Venezuela, Iran, and China. And it is true that in 2007, Venezuela opened the back doors into the American election system to China. And we have witnesses to all this. But what's really important, and we've only learned in the last few weeks, thanks to Elon's work with Doge, we found a whole bunch of funding. The CIA, the top floor of the CIA, is in cahoots with China. And if you put up the first graphic, not this one, that one, the first graphic, yes. No, the other one, I'm sorry. The other one, there's an NGO in Arlington, Virginia called CEPS. It stands for the Center for Election Progress and Political Systems or something. It's staffed by George Soros. It's been funded since 2009, since Obama came to power by USAID, and we all know USAID is a front for the CIA. So
that's not even debated. They don't even hide that. So you got USA, the CIA front group. You got Open Society, Soros.
And then what they did was their mission was to spend billions to help other countries modernize their elections, which means install Smartmatic. And if you go to the next page, you will see the next graphic. You'll see 26 nations that the CIA/USAID got this installed. You can put this up on your website. From Kenya to Belgium, United Kingdom, 70% of the votes counted in.
Yeah, guys, give this to Ben Warren or to Lewis, and then just have them tweet, breaking exclusive, Doge investigation discovers CIA /USAID and Soros Open Society in command of Chicom/Venezuelan election fraud control grid.
Yep, well said. This crazy technology that we've been saying China was behind, the coup of 2020, yeah, the system was involved. It was the top floor of the CIA, and the top floor of the CIA has, through funding and through George Soros' people, spreading this technology to 26 nations since July of 2009, 6 months after Obama comes in. And in each of these nations, 26 nations we've researched, this technology gets installed, and they start electing a...
And by the way, just to stop, you're not a Smurf. You wanted more methylene blue, so you were just drinking some. Oh, you just took it straight out of the dropper.
How do you?
I put it in the water that way to make my. Oh, you're Papa Smurf now.
Oh, is it purple?
It looks good. Just drink some water.
Okay, well, I'll drink some water.
No, you're doing great. No, but I want to start over because this is so massive, and I knew you were coming here to break major Venezuela news in China, but this makes perfect sense. But let me you have the proof. So we're going to go into the next hour on this. It's so important. I just want to stop people. Everybody needs to share the live feed right now. I knew you were coming in with the new Venezuela stuff and how there were the Democrats and fraud. I didn't know this till right before you went live. And then that's why I aired a promo so I could see this and look at this. Now I want to pull up during the break 3 weeks ago, the director of National Intelligence, the Office of National Intelligence, she releases the report with Communist China, the FBI knowing that they were manipulating computers in 2020 and shipping in the mail-in ballots that you reported on then. We have the whistleblowers. We have the Postal Service people that saw it. We have the Chinese nationals driving in, at 2 a.m. with the vans in Michigan, Pennsylvania, unloading. But you were always saying China, and you proved it. But now, of course, who set up Mao Zedong 49, the CIA? And now we learn from the Tulsi Gabbard documents 3 weeks ago that indeed it was the CIA working with China and to cover up the 2020 election theft and was working with them to do it. So you have this sick, evil, globalist partnership of the CIA with the Chicoms going back to Mao Zedong and, David Rockefeller. Incredible. We'll be right back. All right, folks. Patrick Byrne, has only until recently, it's come out. He didn't want to make a big deal, but worked in U.S. intelligence and for the Justice Department and a lot of high-level international espionage operations defending our country for decades. And he's worked internationally as well with other groups. And, of course, he's a very successful man that's launched multi-billion-dollar companies. And he is here in studio with us. Now, he reached out and said, I'm in town. I've got big updates on Venezuela, on the Democrats, and how they're stealing elections. It ties into everything. I said, please come in. Then he gets there and he says, oh, you're going to want to see these graphics that Doge just got. This hasn't broken yet. And this proves that it's not just communist China with Venezuela manipulating elections with the Democrats. It is the CIA and the Soros Open Society Foundation with U.S. aid, which is the CIA on record. Now, then I boom, top of my head blows off. And we were airing like a little 3-minute, promo. And I said, wait, we need to go get the stuff from 3 weeks ago where Gabbard released and confirmed the documents that in 2020, the communist Chinese were shipping in plane loads of ballots only marked for Biden for key battlegrounds. They got caught. Whistleblowers came forward. You reported at the time, but they never got in trouble. And that the FBI knew about it, and the FBI knew about it. Well, you're the expert to tell us. I'm just going from memory. The FBI knew about it, low level. They tried to stop it. They got told by higher up, shut it down. It's a joint CIA operation. Now, that's the director of the Office of National Intelligence. That's just one of the huge things that's broke the last month that got almost no attention. And that totally backs what he's saying now with this Doge document that we're breaking here, showing where the funding, everything comes from. So this is huge. And if you know the history of Communist China and Chiang Kai-shek and 49, They double-crossed. Congress sent weapons to help the nationalists, but the CIA, it's declassified, put Mao in power and then had this long, secret, sickening relationship and made them the most favored nation and all the rest of this. Now Trump is completely breaking with that and is cutting off China. And so this is all geopolitical. It all ties together. So Patrick, start over, but we should start here. Okay. This is why, and it's on record, we pull up the Newsweek articles and others, Venezuela put a $25 million bounty out on you because they're so angry that you've reverse engineered all this. Now Maduro's got a $50 million bounty out on him by Trump. So you just walk through this and then go through the Doge exclusive documents. The CIA, under Biden and all the rest of this, working with the Chi-Coms of Venezuela to engage in this, and we have the Gabbard documents on top of it backing it up even further. So Patrick Byrne, go ahead.
Okay, first, yes, they have the bounty on me because you remember the Venezuelan election last July 28th that looked like the whole world said is nonsense, and they 17 Latin American states said we won't recognize it, Carter, all that stuff. Do you remember the out of hand?
Yes.
They think I hacked their election. And I'll tell you why they think I hacked their election. In a typical Venezuelan election, what happens is the dictator gets 2 million votes, the opposition gets 7 million votes, and then they stuff 5.5 million ballots. So they 7.5 million beat 7, and they win time and time and time again. 4 years ago, they introduced a new system. You have to give not just your ID, but your thumbprint when you vote in Venezuela. They say it's for security. What their system really does is it ties your ballot. When you're Venezuelan, you vote, it ties your ballot to your image, to your thumbprint. So they can look up how you voted, Alex, and go in and see how you voted and arrest the right people. Now, that creates a problem. How do you stuff 5.5 million ballots when you don't have those 5.5 million thumbs? They have a secret tool that is in every precinct that their people use to, it generates the 9-digit code as if a valid thumb was put in it and opens the machine so it can take a ballot. And so that's how it works. So they have this secret tool, and that tool was working right up through Saturday, July 27th at midnight. But at 12:01, their secret cheating tool started spitting out random 9-digit numbers. They couldn't stuff. By noon, they went crazy because all over the country, they weren't able to stuff. Venezuela canceled all its normally they have TV, and as the votes roll in all day, they say, oh, what do you know, we just won by a hair again. This time, they canceled all their television. They came out the next morning, and we said, hey, we won 51-49, screw you. And they rounded up 2,000 protest leaders. And the whole world said this is a garbage election. Well, 10 days later, when they opened up their secret cheating tool, they discovered something that made them think that I might know something about these facts, Alex, and they came to the conclusion that I don't think I did it. So that's why they put the $25 million bounty on me. Now, going forward, I have for 4 years been saying this all leads through Venezuela to the ultimate chairman of the board of this operation is China, of this whole system. Iran is the paymaster. They are the secret paymaster. So none of this shows up in bank wires the U.S. can see. But what we've learned going through Elon Musk's Doge data, we have some researchers who've put together just in 2 weeks ago what I opened the show telling you. In reality, this garbage technology has spread through the world, not just because of China, but because of the CIA. They have been, under the guise of modernizing elections, they've had the USAID fund and George Soros staff and Arlington, Virginia NGO called CEPS, which you should probably look up CEPS, what it's, and that's CEPS. Its mission is to modernize elections by spreading Smartmatic. And all over the world, now if you pull up the next graphic, you will see, and Alex is putting this up online, you can see all the nations. We have been funded 26 nations, from the Philippines, to Bolivia, Estonia, everything, to put in Smartmatic.
And this is all breaking right now at Real Alex Jones on X.
No one knows this. We put this together 2 weeks ago. The government has just received this data themselves.
So where this has been posted at Real Alex Jones,
the CIA was behind this with China, not the top of the CIA. Mike Pompeo and his CIA was involved in the 2020 hack. The top of the CIA was. And that's why they're going ballistic. And they've been behind the spread of this technology through 26. And everywhere they put this technology, it started July 09, which is 6 months after Obama came in, Obama and Brennan. Everywhere they put this technology, we've researched, they've had within a few years, they get some election where suddenly they elect an AOC or an Obama or some left-wing person that they never expected to elect. It's all been on this technology that you, the taxpayer, paid for this Arlington, Virginia SEPs to spread through the world.
Now, I've known you a long time. You interviewed probably the first time 6-7 years ago, but everything you've talked about has been proven now.
You too. You're the greatest. It's amazing the stuff you said 25 years ago that's all come true.
But I mean, you're the guy on the ground. So the point is without getting into it all, you're a loyal American. You try to work with Democrats and Republicans, but you've been in intelligence a long time. That's not secret now. And so we're trying to loyally get control of the country. But the issue is here. Gabbard just released 3 weeks ago. Anybody can pull this up, that China was doing this with the CIA digitally, as you said, in 2020, and with the mail-in ballots, shipping them filled out for Biden. And so that is massive. And then now we've got this DOJ investigation. And of course, it's the CIA that goes around the world with the State Department for election integrity. And then it came out that they helped steal the election from Bolsonaro under Biden, and we're advising them how to censor and control. And that's, again, the CIA. Literally the CIA wanting to put communists in because they'll work with them better. Same thing in Venezuela. So we think our government's really against Venezuela. We really think it's against, Lula and communists in Brazil, but they're not, as long as they're clients and work with them. And so this is a massive scandal added to what Gabbard released. And
goes beyond that, if I may. I think it's not just you're still thinking the old paradigm. I think that they have a new paradigm, which is that they're just globalists. Now, there's a debate: should the capital?
No, I agree. They parasitically just feed on the people.
They wanted the globalists. Some globalists want to make the capital of the globe somewhere in Europe. Some globalists want to make it in Beijing, but they share this globalist vision. And
no, that's right. No, definitely China was part of the globalist order. It split off. It's a competing globalist transhumanist. Oh, absolutely.
What do you make of the fact, like, it looked like they were aligned, then we got through the 2020 election, and within a year or so, Soros was coming out and saying Xi Jinping is the greatest friend of greatest enemy of humanity, blah, blah, blah. And then about a year ago, he reversed, and they're chummy again, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, look. The biggest thing is the Chi-Coms agreed to a one-child policy and depopulation. They were to be given all the earth minerals. They would be the industrial power, work with the globalist middlemen to make them have control of the West, leverage us out, but they weren't supposed to expand into the South China Sea. Instead, they've expanded everywhere. It was clear 20 years ago they double-crossed. By 15 years ago, we do the Asia pivot, but they had so infiltrated us that it couldn't be done, even inside the globalist corrupt order. And then just finally enough American elites, just out of survival mode, and Silicon Valley said, no, China's taking over and going to win the AI race. We've got to do this out of self-preservation. So enough elites got behind Trump, not even because they overall agree with America first for what he's doing, but because they knew the Chi-Coms had beaten them. And so this is out of desperation. That's why you see the flip-flopping and the gyrating that's going on.
That could be. That all makes sense. That all makes sense. Well, this is all, we even know the name of the CIA asset is a guy named Frank Holder, that made this deal with Venezuela to cheat the 2020 election. And the CIA has been protecting him for 2 years. They've had this, the FBI's had this information. The CIA, there's been U.S. attorneys who wanted to act against them. The CIA has been protecting their asset because they know how explosive this is.
Well, this is dangerous stuff, and it's not just that I know you're credible and believe you. This is everywhere. This just fits in everything we've already seen. So Trump is trying to cut off the Chi-Com influence. They've got enough to indict half the Democrats with the information, and this is just massive, and that's why they put out this bounty on you, because they're so pissed. I remember when the election crashed and they didn't know what to do and all the rest of it. So walk through this again,
okay? Because
the funding is all tracked now by DOJ. This is not our opinion. That the Open Society Foundation, it's another CIA cutout.
Yeah, we pulled the
USAID, another CIA cutout. Literally, and as you kept saying, it's true. China, Venezuela, they always use Iran as a go-between, just like Iran-Contra. And then now we confirm it's actually the Soros, Obama, globalist CIA network that was doing this to begin with.
Exactly. So they set up, there was this Arlington, Virginia NGO whose mission is to, and isn't this funny, they call it modernizing elections. They go to third world countries. Let's help you modernize your elections. We're going to install these wonderful
And Obama called it before he left. Oh, we're going to secure the elections, was to put the fraud in.
Yeah, it's all a big joke. They know
we're going to protect it from the Russians, and then they actually put all their back doors in.
Yeah, exactly. And the Russians have access. We have access. I think anyway. And this is not speculation. The data we got from the Doge files, they had not put this together. We had a researcher, a wonderful fellow, put all.
So you used raw Doge research.
We used raw research. We did this. We did it, and it's this Arlington, Virginia. And SEPS has spread this stuff through these 72 nations have had their Well, I'll get back to that. We have paid for it to go into 26 nations, and every one of those nations then had left lurching elections. What's interesting is, so I've spent 2.5 years overseas recruiting a bunch of people in the election industry from around the world who've been part of these crimes. And I learned, and at one point I had them together last August, actually, in a safe house in Europe, and about 6 of them were sitting, and I had General Flynn came over to meet them, and I said, now remember, General, we can't go be angry. You're going to get real angry, but I said, of course. He sat for an hour and a half, and he's got, besides being General Flynn, he's got 2.
And he's talked about this, yeah.
Yeah. He interviewed them for an hour and a half, and when he was done, he was satisfied. We were about to leave, and I said to the one engineer, would you mind explaining to the General how much this has been going on? And the fellow kind of gulped and looked General Flynn in the eye and said, sir, we've been manipulating elections for 20 years in 72 nations.
And these engineers, why are they scared enough to do the right thing now? What changed?
They're from different nations. I asked them that. It's not for money. I've gone through $80 million, frankly, to get this done. I asked them that, and they give answers like, we see that the world, 2 years ago, one of them gave me this answer, we see the world is sliding off the edge. There is maybe one country that can save it, the United States. And
that's what Elon said.
He said, Patrick, if I could vote for Donald Trump, I would. This is a guy who's been part of this for years, and he wants to vote. He says Donald Trump is the only guy who can keep.
Well, that's what I said 10 minutes ago. The globalist thing is so out of control. Even people that were part of it, out of self-preservation, say we got to stabilize this.
Yeah, I think it got too out of control, and I think that they thought they were going to be carving up the corpse of the U.S. after the 2020. They thought it was over. They were high-fiving, but we got off the floor. And it's another thing Flynn taught me. All the institutions were captured. We had lost. The only thing they had not captured was the American people. And so that's why Flynn and I spent those first couple years, General Flynn, building this Reawaken America tour, building the grassroots. It was the only thing that the elites had not captured. And I think he's the only reason we actually got.
I remember meeting with him right after they stole the election 2020 in Florida, and he said we're going to go to thousands of towns. We're going to full power ahead, and it's just been a lot of work.
He is the professor emeritus of movement warfare. It's called in the military, but of how to build movements and how to get movements on track.
Force multiplication.
And it's basically like the Lawrence of Arabia. You're uniting the tribes. You're uniting the tribes. We went around and found every group of moms who were pissed off about LGBTQ ideology, of constitutional sheriffs, of people mad about the way their elections were running, people mad about the border. And we sort of helped all this get off the ground, and Flynn shaped it into this movement.
Absolutely. That's why he didn't join the administration. He can do more on the outside, but he is all over the place, like, Gandalf or something. We were on the phone with our big sponsor, Bigley, this morning up in Arkansas. Great people. And it was their idea to have a VIP. If you're a VIP, you get any of the supplements, any of the t-shirts, any of the ball caps, buy one, get one free. And it's been a successful sale. But then they call up this morning and they go, well, we've done the numbers. This is basically not making any money. And I said, yeah, some of your sales are too good. I mean, with the t-shirts and stuff, there's only 50% markup on a t-shirt. I mean, these things cost just nice fabric, nice printing, everything. Like an XXL is like $15-16. You're selling it for $30, and then you buy one, get one free. That's not making any money. So that's the paradox with these sales. It brings in a bunch of money, but very little profit. The way we get around that is, for those of you that really want to support the fight, not just get incredible products, there are 3 or 4 shirts on there that have markup that are $45 instead of $30. So we make $15, like the new limited edition Murdered Out Black on Black with the American flag on the right shoulder, InfoWars. Wow, that's a fundraiser shirt, I guess at $35, if you remember. So I guess we make $5-6 on that. The point is these are great deals. We need funds. We're fighting the globalists at point blank range. And they got a receivership hearing with Judge Guerra Gamble that ran the Texas show trial next week to send the sheriffs here. I get it could be within days next Wednesday shut us down. And I'm sure we'll get lots of funds then once we're shut down. Be like, oh God, he really did need help. Oh yeah. We have been battling and barely surviving. They turned the internet off here before. They had a fake sale to Bloomberg's front group. Remember all that? And it was because we didn't give up and the crew didn't give up. When I told the crew, no, we're going to beat this, don't go. And I stayed here and slept here a couple times, that we're still here. And because you bought the products, we had enough money for lawyers to go battle it and beat it. Everybody listening needs to get off the fence, get off the bench, get up at the plate, and needs to go become a VIP. $30 a month. See it as a donation. You get $40 each month to spend in the store, sales on top of everything, special deals, special offers just to you. It's insane. And then if you really just want to support and you don't want methylene blue or turmeric, you're crazy if you don't, or Ultimate Life Force, the best cardiovascular spike protein detox, everybody should be taking it. I mean, it's the best. Ultimate Life Force is the best cardiovascular, heart health, spike protein detoxer. Every man, woman, and child should take at least one regimen of it, see how you feel. It does dramatic things. We have the strongest turmeric. You should get it. And I got a lot of news to cover. I don't want to sit here and beat a dead horse, but the news we get out is so powerful, and it's that less than 1% of people that buy stuff at theauctionstore.com that make all this possible. And this fight is your fight. They want us off the air because they want to shut down focal points of organizations that hold the Trump administration's feet to the fire and warn Trump and warn his advisors and have a...
All right. So anyway, that is an interesting conversation, one that we're going to hear a lot more about in the future, and that... we've heard a lot about already, and the role that Venezuela played in the election controversy, if you will. So, love seeing Patrick Byrne. He's all wrapped up right in the middle of it. What I want to do now is look at these Juan interviews and then dive a little deeper into them. And if you guys have any questions while we're doing that, hit me with them. And if I can't answer them, I can, I can reach out. So that's what we're going to do. I'd forgot I had that Patrick Byrne interview. I was going to try and clip it, throw it in the intro or something, but the whole thing was pretty good, so thought we would listen to it there. Anyway, glad you're all still here. I could use a cup of coffee about now. Here's where we're gonna start. So
we also have Trump meeting with Putin. A lot of huge seismic events happening, and then obviously speaking of seismic events, that I've been wanting to talk to you about, that earthquake that hit Russia, and the caused an eruption of the volcano. So much going on here, but what you want to talk about specifically is the financial realm, correct, Juanito?
Oh yeah. There's stuff going on behind the scenes that is every bit the earthquake that you would see on the regular media. The tariffs, the expenses have really pushed some buttons. Remember, all the banks, the big ones, have their offices. They're in the 1 square mile. That's the center of the city, the Roman city, here at the city of London, and
that's where you're at right now, correct?
Yeah, right here in the neighborhood. Yeah.
All right, hold on, Juanito. Let me just knock this off for a second, folks. Speaking of what's going on, Juanito.
Well, I have other stops, but we'll see how that schedule changes. The main thing is just understand that, war by another means, everything's on the table that can affect, tariffs, trade, etc. What Trump is talking about doing with the secondary partners of Russia is increasing tariffs on India and China because they're buying oil from Russia. That's putting money into Putin's pocket that he can use for the war. And when we took down the Soviet Union in the 80s, the very first thing that Reagan did was he negotiated a deal with the Saudis to bring down oil prices. The Saudis went from production at the time of around 4.5 to 6 million barrels a day to up to 12 million barrels a day. They flooded the world with oil and brought down the prices to where the Russian oil, which at the time was transacting, was their cost to get it out of the ground was up around $30. And oil was running around 35 a barrel, and drove down the price of oil. Not the low is commonly discussed as being at about $8 a barrel, but that's not actually true. The price went negative for a period of time as people were stuffing oil into any can that could hold it, ship tank that could hold oil. And the problem with oil wells is that they're not like a spigot on the faucet. You don't just turn them on and off. So when production exceeded demand, people actually using the oil, a lot of these wells, they have to put the oil wells, they have to put the oil somewhere. Everything got full of oil and there was no room to put it. So people started charging big money to store oil. And it became so expensive that companies walked away from their oil drilling projects, especially in southern Russia. And literally the pipe, the machinery, everything, people just set down their coffee cup and walked away and left and went home. And billions and billions of dollars worth of producing oil wells and equipment just were shut off, and they weren't even capped off. They weren't shut down correctly. They just walked away. In this situation that we're in right now, as we go after Russia this time again, it's a little different because we're shutting off their ability to sell the oil. Instead of driving oil prices down and hurting the rest of the world, we're hitting any partners that are helping Russia by buying their oil, China and India being the main ones, and using the tariffs to do that. You can push and push and push, and then wherever there's a little bit of a leak, as you squeeze away at this, that pressure is going to come out in oddball places. And where it's looking like it's coming out at is in the banking community. And that's what's on the table. And so there have been behind the scenes threats into the banking system.
Like what kind of threat?
We're going to do this. Well, it's freezing accounts is one of the things that there may be, just like we froze Iran's accounts after the Shah fell, and said that the new government with Khomeini wasn't legitimate as far as we were concerned, and we weren't going to let him spend money that was owed to the Iranian people. We froze accounts across America, and where we had influence in the world, we froze those accounts within the international banking system. There's some question whether or not the tariffs can legitimately be enforced. And so in a tit for tat, money that may be in the system could then be frozen in place with legal action that could take years to resolve. And so that hasn't exactly taken place so far. But once you start down that road, it has a cascading effect and can be very chilling to other trade and transactions. And again, just like having a Cold War go hot, it might start as just a little tit for tat, but it could blow into something very major out across the world. And then all of these different countries have to pick a side. At a certain level, that's already happened. When Trump went to Saudi Arabia and did the military equipment sale to Saudi Arabia, and then went to Qatar and did something similar, that sent a shot across the bow of their involvement with the BRICS countries. And they had to pick a lane. Trump put them in a position where they had to choose. You're going to stick with the U.S. or you're going to stick with the BRICS countries. And they went with the U.S. arms, assistance, and those agreements really have a lifetime of 20 to 30 years. Because when you buy the equipment, you still have to maintain, you have to train people, you have to upgrade. Their entire military is built around a core of certain types of equipment. And they chose the U.S. for a long-term partner including our involvement even for our military. And so they gave the cold shoulder to a lot of the BRICS stuff. The BRICS is a trading agreement and a financial agreement, the monies that are going to be used, et cetera. So at the end of the day, that was really a major, major shot across the bow of the BRICS countries. And then look at what Trump's doing. You know, the first nation in the BRICS Accords is Brazil. Trump is right now contesting the legitimacy of the existing Brazilian government and trying to protect Bolsonaro, who the Brazilian government, has been attacking the existing government. So just like we're about to go into a big question whether or not 2020 election was ever valid or should be somehow dealt with to reverse things that happened during the Biden presidency. And by the way, we're getting ready to start the impeachment operations against Biden to get the people to decide. They have to pick a side within Congress. You for or against impeachment of Biden? Because if you impeach the Biden presidency, then you get rid of a Supreme Court justice. You start unwinding some of the stuff that happened with Otto Penn and behind the scenes stuff. Brazil has a similar problem. Is that government that was in power, was it legitimate? Remember, it's Venezuelans right next door who were stealing elections all over the world. And we have the guys in physical custody here in the U.S., protective custody, involved in that right now. So, that's where we're at.
Well, I don't want your food to get cold, Juanito. Anything else? Any other points you want to make?
Yes. Yeah, I did. Yes. The filet. Yeah. Okay. I was just letting them know I'm going to be a few minutes before I get to my food. So, let me tell you one other thing. I mentioned this yesterday on Mel Carmen's show, and I want to mention it on your show, Nino. This is really important. In the British courts about a week ago, a little over a week ago now, there was a case that was admitted into the High Court. And at the core of this case, which the U.S. courts dealt with the matter back in 2010 to 2012 in the Southern District of New York. As everybody is talking about Epstein and all this other stuff, the Southern District of New York, where the Epstein stuff was dealt with, there was a case in that same time frame where it was presented in the court records that a group tied to the CBS broadcasting group, CBS Interactive, and some of these subgroup channels that they have, that they weren't being careful enough. If you remember the whole Napster thing, where people were stealing audio files, music files, video files, and passing them around to all their friends. Within those programs, those processes that were doing that, there was also child pornography that was being distributed. And it wasn't a small amount. In just one company that was involved in that, there was 67,200 child pornography videos of the most offensive,
graphic,
horrid. It's beyond words. And the court in New York actually was very, very, very harsh in dealing with this, and ordered that these subgroup companies tied to CBS had to be shut down and could not offer these services anymore because they weren't controlling and regulating the content. There wasn't the proper filters to make sure that there wasn't illegal materials going out to the world. Okay. And part of the problem is that the way that the system works, if you get somebody that signs on to get these services, they also are signing on for certain other stuff that brings in advertising revenue. And so big advertisers pay a lot of money to get people on as subscribers. Now the videos get shared peer to peer. And so you have to kind of understand how this is done, but the peer to peer kind of bypasses a lot of the controls and filters and allows the stolen music files unlawfully being transacted, the video files, etc. Can do that, and there's no proper filtering to stop it happening. That was part of what this whole lawsuit was about. And CBS was actually helping promote, according to the lawsuit, how this was done. And, essentially giving training videos. Here's how you violate the rights of the people who hold the license to, video or audio content. And they were told they can't do that anymore. And but they were getting a lot of advertising money through that. Here in the British courts, because what happened was after the court decisions in New York, and the judge said, you got to shut this all down, it didn't get stopped.
Wow.
It continued. And now here we are 13 to 15 years later, some cases up to 15 years later, or 17 years later. And think of how long it takes to go through the court process in the U.S. It never got shut down. They just kind of shined it on, acted like they were going to, and didn't. So in the British courts, they are now attacking this, and the judges their legal system works a little different. The judge that has this case has made himself a master on the case, and so he is going to make a lot of decisions overseeing how this proceeds himself, even apart from what the plaintiff in the case wants, or plaintiffs. And they're going to go after the fact that from these companies that were in this earlier suit back in the U.S., where they continue to allow stuff to go out, they're going to try to stop this and stop the revenue side. And in fact, the litigants here, the people, the plaintiffs, may be able to get financial damages for stuff that's still being stolen, from entertainers, other content creators, etc., but also get criminal charges against people, including executives and employees of the companies involved, one of which being, or the primary one being CBS, and then all these subsidiaries, for allowing child porn to go out and damage populations all over the world.
Wow.
Not just in the U.S.
That's huge.
It is a big deal, because when you talk about Epstein, this is even bigger than what Epstein was, if you can imagine. And then it's still ongoing. That's the allegation. So I don't want to get ahead of the court filings. I'm aware of other stuff that's coming and what's there in the court filings and the court's action. But I think we all have to pay attention to this, and you're not going to hear about it from the usual media outlets. There's really only 4 television media groups in the world right now. And so they don't really want to discuss this, and it's in the courts. It will fall on people like you and other of the broadcasters that are doing shows like this that are a little out of the mainstream to start sifting through this. And then the other thing I want to say, and I'm thinking about where we're at talking about this right this second, here you have these massive controls on certain subject matter. You just say the wrong word, and you get popped out and screened out, and you're off. So how is this going to be discussed? It's a very, very important subject. Free speech should apply to talk about the court filings and what's happening. But how unfair is it that, and by the way, how did it happen?
It's because pedophiles run the world.
Well, and let me just say this, and that's not, that sounds like a trite statement, but then again, if they're controlling the media, if you've got these people in those positions and they're making massive amounts of money in the advertising, it doesn't equate to most people's mind that they're not seeing that the advertising isn't directly tied to the videos. It's derived from the way that you go through the route to get to those videos. And so it's a little bit squirrely, but it's very real nonetheless. And the judge in the Southern District of New York cases absolutely got it and understood and was definitive. No, shut it down. You don't have the right filters. You're not doing it. You cannot be allowed to do this. And they went ahead and did it anyway and have continued to do so. So beyond the questions of Epstein, on what basis, and part of this is the prosecutors, all the way back to those cases, 2010, 12, should have been observant and demanding that the judge's orders be enforced. Where did the ball get dropped over at the Justice Department not to come back, see that this wasn't addressed, and hammer it? So
why don't you eat your food, Juanito? I feel bad keeping you on here with your food there like that.
No, my wife is eating everything. So
I know, but you got to eat, man. You're a busy guy. You got to eat, man. It's okay. We'll continue this. I feel like I'm being rude keeping you on here, Juanito.
No. So I appreciate it, and we are going to have a nice afternoon there right now. So,
I know, but I don't want to see your food.
I promise you, I do it. And then
I know.
By the way, I had a Zoom call that I had to do and out of the Mideast, and it was time critical. So I apologize because you and I were going to do this an hour.
I know, but we could finish this later. Enjoy the time with your wife and eat your food, Juanito. I don't want to interfere with that.
Okay, beautiful.
All right, I'll hit you up later, Juanito. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, folks.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Sonic coffee break. All right. This other one, since it's about the same length, we'll go ahead and play it, and then I want to talk about these episodes. Wonder what he was eating there. It was funny.
All right, folks, I'm with Juano Savin. Juanito, can you hear me, Juanito?
Hey, bro.
Well, it looks like there's a lot of things developing, and I'm going to pull up an article right here. Trump is now moving the National Guard into deploy the National Guard in the D.C. Capitol, and now threatening to use the National Guard in other cities, which we can imagine what cities those will be. Now, you've always said that we could stand to lose 13 to 15 cities, which is about 14 cities.
Well, I didn't say we'd lose them.
We could.
They will become the refuge or the fallback position for a lot of the mischief that's going to go on. Yeah.
Okay.
14 cities.
Am I right in saying that what he's doing is using that? I guess he's properly using problem, reaction, solution of the man that got jumped in Washington D.C. by all the hoodlums as a reason to deploy the National Guard, setting up his ducks in a row for the potential civil unrest that's going to come when he starts the arrests. He's basically putting his chess pieces in position, correct?
Well, words mean things. So I think it's important to say it correctly. He isn't starting the arrests. The arrests are starting because legal action is progressing. The investigative is now switching over into prosecutorial. And so grand juries are being seated. The Russia stuff starts out. And it's going to be a steady, incremental sequence between the information about 2016 and 17 and 2020 and 2021. 2022 midterm elections and the 24 elections. The truth is going to be steadily coming out in each phase of what's been going on in election interference. And remember, Russia was done as election interference initially with the dossier and the attempt to slime Trump, do essentially October surprises, things like that, to block him from being able to get in the presidency in the first place. And also to neutralize information. Remember, if you get right down to it, the disclosures, the Julian Assange stuff that was released in the fall of 2016 really affected the public far more than people want to acknowledge or admit or remember even now. And so, all chicken stuff, things like that, sacrifice a chicken or something. And this is important because it was very inflammatory at the time within the public. Now you're getting to the tail end of these things where the prosecutions begin, and people that got locked themselves into a position, kind of into a corner, took a side, are now going to have to either eat some crow or fight over it or be in denial. And it's not going to be, the numbers are not going to favor Trump's opposition. They just don't have the numbers. Does that mean that it's nobody? No, it's just that they're not as big as these people would purport it to be. You have some very demonstrative people that have gotten paid to be there as instigators. And as the people get arrested this time around, it's not the same as what was going on in 2016 and 2020 and like that, with the really criminal gangs being able to go out and do mischief in the streets of the cities, bricks being conveniently parked on streets, available to the rioters. And Trump is getting ahead of this. Remember also that in 2020, before the 6th event, Trump offered Pelosi 15,000 National Guard troops to maintain peace in Washington, D.C. during events. And Nancy Pelosi did not want that. And part of the issue here that people don't understand then versus now, the legislature, the Congress, has the legal authority to police the city of Washington, D.C., to maintain and supervise that policing. What Trump's doing right now is he's essentially saying that they're unable to police properly. So he is taking control of D.C. As the executive and as the commander in chief, and placing troops on the streets so that there won't be a repeat this time around.
Really, to kill two birds with one stone. I mean, yes, it's to take care of the crime that's on the streets, but also he's putting his ducks in a row. He's putting his pieces in the proper position for the coming arrests. That's okay.
And by the way, let me just add this. Remember, that's why I mentioned 15,000 a second ago. 1,000 is a very modest step forward. So he's already asserted, back in the day, 4.5 years ago, that he could do 15,000 in an instant. And that's what people should have in their mind. This is just, it takes people time to get 15,000 National Guard troops back in 2020 and 2021. And so for context, that's a number that he was very comfortable if needed. He could deploy. We're only talking 1,000 right now, but what that 1,000 do is they get into position, they get bivouacked in, they've got kind of a feeling for where they want to work from, and now you can amp up with the additional troops very, very quickly as the need arises. And so, part of the reason for repositioning those troops is so that you don't have a real problem when the moment comes. Remember, Trump did the big parade with all the military forces for the 250th anniversary of the Army. They had the fireworks, and then he had these flags planted on the front lawn of the White House, 2 of them, and essentially visually and to all the various entities around D.C. that have a part, he was staking out the high ground in the swamp, and then put protective fencing around the White House and protective fencing around the Treasury. No other buildings. Now, they could add other buildings with protective fencing, but at this point in time, he's bringing in the troops instead. And these are messages. These are visual signals to everybody involved. If anybody comes in and is trying to do unlawful things, they won't be dealt with in the manner that had been done previously. They're not just going to bail out the same day. These are going to be federal crimes with federal mandates.
That being said, I just pulled up a picture of Obama and Trump together. I believe this was a funeral they were at, correct? Or with Melania there. Melania looks like she's serious. She wants nothing to do with Obama. She looks almost disgusted. Trump is sitting there very friendly with Obama. How can they be so friendly with each other? I mean, the game that they're both playing is do or die. I mean, it's really last man standing, and here they are almost looking like friends. Is there anything to this photo? A lot of people say just looking at this photo, that's a bunch of hogwash. Obama's not going to get arrested. It's all garbage. What do you have to say to those people?
Bullshit. Trump can be disarming. He can be gentlemanly. Like any fight, you come in, tap the gloves, and you go at it. But this isn't a friendly fight. Obama and the crew around him. Remember, Obama's not his own man. He's somebody else's puppet. Obama.
Careful here. You could say all this on .tv, but on here, just let's be a little fluff.
They can, Trump is playing for the kill. Obama's playing for the kill. That's the history. And whatever optics they put out for the public, that's just, it's just people puffing the chest. Let's go see who's actually going to win this. I say Trump.
Yeah. How many, when this is all said and done, how many arrests are we looking at? Obviously, we know the first few arrests could happen. We're assuming could happen by fall. By spring latest is what the window is, of what I'm hearing.
No, this is coming on pretty quickly now. There's depositions, interviews, congressional interviews that happen starting mid-September and go to mid-October. Is the last of the scheduled ones that I'm aware of thus far, and that's on October 16th. So, if you allow a little bit of time to digest that testimony, and with what's been prepared to go before grand juries, you could have an arrest at the tail end of October, which is what I'm anticipating. Actually,
okay, all right. Let's say that.
So, yeah.
Juanito, how many? And we'll go into the details on this on the .tv, folks, Nino's Corner.tv. But Juanito, how many?
And by the way, just let me say one thing, Nino. I hope people listened to the last couple interviews I did with you. I dropped solid gold bars into those interviews that were on the back channel. I don't know that anybody out there anywhere in the alternative media has given any of those pieces of key information I gave.
You've been over the target so many times.
Yeah, I mean, the stuff that people want to talk about, certain subjects. I can't even say the name. I'll probably get in trouble. But nobody else has given those pieces that I'm aware of anywhere in there. I'll do that with other shows as I get the chance. I just don't need to take it down. But anyway, go ahead.
Am I right in saying that there may not be the Democratic Party, may be no longer by the year 2028 when all this goes down? Will there be just the remnants of the Democratic Party? Will it be completely finished? Or will they still be strong enough to nominate a candidate to go forward into the election?
I don't believe that the Democrats survive what's coming, even to field a viable candidate in 2028. There may be enough momentum, dead cat bounce, is what we call it in the markets, to get through 2028. But I think it's a done deal. And others do also. Now, Elon's operating with that in mind, but a number of other people are also working hard to begin to form that third party. And I'll use something as an example. A very powerful movement has formed to break off a portion of California to start a new state. It started in the north. You have other states where this is occurring. Washington State wants to split. Oregon wants to split and become Greater Idaho, merge into Idaho. There's a number of these actions where it's certain of the cities that have become so out of control and controlling of the politics, the judicial, the way that the taxes are levied and spent, that others are ready to just go away. They just are done. And so you look at the New California, the map for New California, and it encompasses most of the state except for a small band around San Francisco and down to southern Los Angeles, but not all the way to San Diego. And it's about 9/10 of the state of, at least 3/4 of the state that want to break away and create an entirely new state. And for cause, because those more rural areas believe that they've been just completely run over with the corrupt politics. With that in mind, part of the issue in California is election fraud. And the issues that are going to...
We'll talk about that on .tv.
Okay, well, the issues that'll come forward, I'll be careful, but the issues that are going to come forward have to do with whether or not people's voice is legitimately being heard, at the ballot box, or if it's being corrupted. With that in mind, if you can't get government, then maybe there's a point where you just have to go somewhere else, because that's ultimately what the issue is in all of these locations. They can't win for losing. And so if you correct, and this is why President Trump specifically asked key people involved in that specific movement, please hold and let me help you on that issue. And I believe that when the revelations come shortly, as they do, not just at the arrests, but in the preparations for trial, all of these people will be able to get their attorneys. Many of them are going to Gitmo. And then the preparations on the road to trials, when they get to their trials, the public's going to hear about all of the frauds and mischief. And with things that are coming for 2026 that are in the pipeline, including some events here in the fall.
This all needs to happen before the midterms.
Well, I can't say that you'll ever get through all of it before then, but there's significant things that are coming. In fact, I've been working with some of the staff and other people to put together an event in D.C., and I believe we're going to be doing that on September 24th. A review of everything that we have, how we got to where we're at on the election stuff, the mechanics, the machinery, a report that I've alluded to here within your channel several times about the technical side.
Yes,
of
on .tv.
Well, let me just say that technically a very comprehensive technical report by the Oppenheimers and Tellers within the research and scientific community, the best and brightest in America. That was completed and was given to the president and to other appropriate parties many long weeks ago. They're aware of it. That'll probably break. I'd like to break that, even the part that can be on the civilian side, maybe at that September 24th event. But it will shock the public, and it will also shock the world, because something similar is going on in the world. I told you that there's 71 countries plus the United States has been being
I don't want to
perpetrated.
go into that on YouTube. Let's go back to the back channel one. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Let's go back to ninoscorner.tv. You go to that?
Sure.
All right. Thank you, Juanito.
All right.
Folks, go to thejennifermack.com, thejennifermack.com, baby.
Oh, hey, Nino.
Yeah.
Jen has gotten tremendous response, and some of the notes that she's gotten are just, stunning on her I talk about the parasite stuff, but she calls it something else there on her site. And people really are responding, understanding that there's a huge health crisis, even in the way that things are reported to the public, and doctors discuss it like that. And a lot of the stuff that we're looking at, where people have various illness, disease, etc., is actually related to parasitic issues. And so she has stuff there on her site talking about that, and a couple of the things that she's put together along with her book, on healthy eating and like that. So folks, take a look at that. I think there's been just a tremendous response to that, and the people that have actually got it. So anyway,
I'll put the link down below, folks. Hit thejennifermack.com. It'll be down there below. Thanks, Juanito. I'll see you at .tv.
All right, bro.
All righty. So, if you caught what he said there, this stuff's not that far away. Arrests and all that. Nino asked him if it would be spring, fall at the latest, but he said it'd be a lot sooner than that. It is moving a lot quicker than that, and you can pretty much tell that. Trying to think if I want to look at this round table tonight or not. Do you guys want to hear more? This round table's pretty long. Why don't we listen to what Derek had to say here? He's always good in these interviews with Jenny.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Revival of America podcast. This is Jenny. I'm the owner and the host of the Revival of America. Today we have Derek Johnson in the house, everybody. So please, guess what? Cross your fingers. I'm hoping we're going to get to some Q&A today, everybody. I did let him know that the audience has been requesting some Q&A, and with so much going on, hopefully we can get to some of that as well. So let's cross our fingers, everybody. We will get to that. So, of course, there is his picture on the wall, and if you want to write a question underneath the comment area, you're more than welcome to do that, or raise your hand once we get to that part of this podcast. Crossing our fingers, we do. I will unmute your mic if you raise your hand, and you can ask your question to Derek. Also, to everybody, per the usual, right? Be careful who you listen to, who you follow, what you're putting into your mind. It's getting crazy out there, as you know, so I don't probably have to keep telling you that anymore, but sometimes I do, because I see some of these people that are even in here listening to the podcast that I do, going over to X, listening to some of these black pillars. So, and some of them have messaged me asking me, is this true? Is this not true? So just be careful, everybody. Use your discernment. turn it on in a high gear, everybody. Just if it doesn't resonate with you, stay out of the minutia, stay out of the noise, because that's really what it is. With all the great things going on, just stay out of that noise. I do believe that we are going to be coming into some rocky roads here. I mean, we're already seeing some, right? But just stay vigilant, head on a swivel, eyes on God, and just be careful. What you're doing out there, who you're listening to. Also, if you get a random message, somebody claiming it's me, asking about money, you have financial scare, crypto, know that it is not me. I will not randomly reach out to you and ask you those questions. So please block them, report them, and let me know so I can make sure they're not here in my channel. Also, too, if you have a question for me, or you want to get in touch with John Baxter, or have questions for Carrie Kasem or Rick Asen with Brain IQ, you can email me and ask me those questions at therevivalofamerica@yahoo.com. And then that's my direct email. But if you have submissions for stories and journeys that you want to tell on the show, send those to troasubmissions@yahoo.com, because those get buried in my everyday email. And as you can imagine, I get a lot of daily emails. So please send your submissions to troasubmissions@yahoo.com. And then any questions or concerns, getting in contact with any of my guests with their natural products, send the message to the Revival of America at yahoo.com. Also, everybody, check out the website, therevivalofamerica.com. Sign up for the newsletter. That gives you the latest notifications on the podcast, as well as the weekly newsletter. So we just created a new one. So we weren't able to get out the newsletter this week, but it will start next week. But John's information's on there, the website, the code that he has created for the audience. Carrie Kasem's information is on there, as well as her code that she has created for the audience. And then Rick Asen with Brain IQ, with all of his natural supplements. His disc code is on there as well for you guys, and the products if you guys want to check them out. A lot of great stuff, everybody. A lot of great natural stuff that we're coming into. So I'm really excited to be bringing those to you. I'm going to be talking to some other people. One is a doctor that helped her husband cure himself of dementia, which I thought was pretty interesting. So I'm going to be reaching out to her, see if I can get her on the show. And then also too, you've heard Carrie talk about the oxygenated therapy. So it's the oxygenated water, as well as biomagnetic therapy. These are all some of the things that Carrie has done to help heal her from her Lyme disease. And she has testimonials and knows people that were told they had cancer stage 4, put into hospice, and they use these therapies and they are healed. They are with us today. So that is super exciting, everybody. I'm super excited to be able to bring these things to you, because we all know we're looking for alternatives, and the doom and gloom, and how these doctors and physicians, whatever you want to call them, how they treat you like a number. It should never be a number that you have with your physician. You should that should be one of the closest relationships you have with your physician when it comes to your health. So if that's how you're feeling, reach out to me, and let me see what I can do to get you in touch with John, or maybe Rick Asen, or any of these people that I'm going to be bringing on board. So it's very exciting what is happening out there that we don't know about. We haven't been able to know about it because it's been hidden from us, but it's coming to fruition, everybody. So I'm really glad to be bringing all of that to you. Also, everybody, we are being listened to in over 100 countries. So please follow the podcast hosts at iHeartRadio, Spotify, Anchor, Apple, Google, Breaker, Pocket Cast, Podbean, Riverside, Amazon Music. Social medias are Jenny Dreed Facebook, at Jenny_Dreed X, at JDreed Rumble, at JDreed True Social, at JDreed Instagram, The Revival of America right here on Telegram, The Revival of America YouTube, and then at the official JDreed over on TikTok. Also, everybody, go follow my YouTube page. Just because if you're over on Rumble and for some reason you're not able to get the sound, because I'm finding out and talking to my tech, there's some challenges from Rumble, from uploading it to Rumble from my computer, or there's a lot of different settings on people's iPads, computers, laptops, phones, TVs, the settings of volumes. You got to figure that out. So, but when I go into my Rumble and I listen to all of my shows, I can hear it. I can hear the show. But also too, it's over on YouTube. If you don't want to deal with that, go to YouTube. If you're having that same problem, then more than likely it's your device that you're on that you got to work with the volume on. So just go follow the YouTube page, just because if you can't get on Rumble, go over to YouTube. It's there. Also, too, Everybody, let's see what else. Oh, Field's books. Field McConnell's books have arrived. So I did get those today. Got 400 of his books today. He has made it where you, the public, can now purchase them because there's been many, many requests for them. So once I had to change from PayPal to Square. Square is going to be a little bit easier to use because I haven't even had the PayPal link for a week, and somebody's already complaining. So that they deactivated my account over there. So the links are on the wall. They are available for you guys to purchase. I will be mailing them out every Friday. I'm hoping to get the first set of books out this Friday. So if you haven't gotten your orders in, please do so. Like I said, I will be mailing them out every Friday. And once this batch of 400 books is done, we will be ordering another batch. They do come in paperback, which I have right now. If you want hardback, please request that. Let me know. It may be a little bit longer because I don't have any of those right now, but we could certainly add those to our next batch of books that we get. So check that out, everybody. I hope you enjoy them as much as I do, because these books really are a national treasure, as is Field. So that should be on the wall. And I think that's it for my announcements. But yes, everybody, please be careful who you listen to, who you follow. I'll give you a rundown of the shows this week just because it didn't come out this morning. So tomorrow we have Jackson Lemire. He is with the Faith Council at the White House. He created Pastors for Trump. So he will be over. I'm trying to get him over here on Telegram to do the show, so you guys can maybe ask some questions about his story and, how he got to, where he's at in the White House and how he created Pastors for Trump, because I think that's super cool. But if not, it may just be he and I on YouTube, or I don't know. We'll figure some out, but you guys will know as I know. Also, too, we have Carrie Kasem. She'll be here on Wednesday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll have Rick Anson from Brain IQ. He will be here at 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And then we'll have Silk from the Diamond and Silk Show over on X at 9 p.m. And this one will be a really good one because remember, everybody, the movie Pardon Me, the Bevelyn Williams story is coming out on Friday. So I know they're having a big to-do on Thursday. So come on over to X, check her out, and listen to what she has to say. I saw a little clip of her in the movie, and it's super. I'm just super excited for her. She did a great job. So, and then I am trying to get Bevelyn Williams back on. She's super busy with the premiere coming out this week. I was invited to go to the premiere, but unfortunately, just short notice, I wasn't able to get there. But I am going to get her on, it's probably going to be after the movie, but it doesn't matter. We need to help get eyes on this movie because we're back to the Sound of Freedom days, right? Where nobody wanted to put it in the theaters. So she's right now calling on churches or any big venues that have the ability to show the movie with a projector or what have you. They're going to give the movie to these individuals. So if you know of anybody that's like that, please let me know. I will pass that information on to Bevelyn because again, they are still going to try to get it into the movie theaters, but it has been a struggle. So with that, everybody, Derek is in the house. That is the weekly shows for this week. We're gonna have a great week next week, but what's up, Derek? How are you?
Well, it's looking like bad weather where I am, so I may be rubber banding here soon. You just never know, but it's they've definitely.
That seems to be the nature of our business these days, rubber banding, right?
Well, I was talking to a guy in New York that I go on podcasts with. That I've been seeing lightning that looks a little bit more like real lightning, but I don't care, real or fake. I don't like it either way. But
so where are you? Well, yeah, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but where are you at? Are you in Alabama? Or are you out traveling again?
No, I'm in Alabama at the moment. So, but it's just a lot of storms lately. A lot of storms.
Pass it this way to Arizona. Okay, so what I've been noticing here, it's just I've been waking up the last few days, and the sky's normally blue, right? Really blue skies. It's been so hazy, and we're thinking, okay, there's a huboob coming in. No huboob. It's been the weirdest thing, but yeah, I want some of that rain. So that rain, thunder, lightning, bring it on. It's too hot over here. It was supposed to be 117 degrees here yesterday, guys, and yeah, that's insanity.
Yeah, it's hot. It's definitely hot. All that heat and cool air mixing. But, I know people get all into weather modification was real, but people also forget that weather does exist. They just were moving the clouds and the wind around that made it. So we're still going to have wind and rain and storms. It's just not supposed to be as many and as much as we've had in the last, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. It's just, they're supposed to be rare more than, another hurricane. Oh boy.
Yeah, it's off the charts, man. It's just wild out there. So Derek, talk to us. I let the audience know that obviously I'm sure you want to talk about some things that that's going on that you're seeing, but hopefully we'll get to some Q&A because there is so much going on, and with what happened today with Trump and his speech at the White House today, taking DC over. However, we know it's already been occupied, right? So, but a lot of people are. I've been watching Fox News today in between my podcasts, and they're just making it changing the narrative, right? So, you have all these people out there they're like the mayor just of DC going against it, and so yeah, I'd like for you to maybe kind of touch on that. Did you watch it this morning? His speech?
I saw bits and pieces, but I mean, it's kind of. I think that's when once people get to know me and my personality, and then what official capacity means, and then, sometimes I seem like a hard ass, and sometimes I seem like a, real too direct, too straightforward. But once people do finally consume, even if you're a civilian, doesn't matter. You can know this stuff. You're supposed to know this stuff, whether you were military or not. You can still know it, but once people consume what you've been watching, and I know people get tired. I do. I get tired of the same word too, that you're watching a movie, but it's a military operation. Now, there's two ways to split the hairs. I don't like splitting hairs. My dad has that saying, all right, now you're splitting hairs. So that means, well, you're just making excuses or you're adding just too many layers to the story when you don't need to, if no one's ever heard that slogan. Well, there is two legitimate ways to split the hairs of what people have been watching. One, if you don't know laws and orders. I mean, I was coined for saying this, and now there's all kinds of data when you get on Google, but the average that you can see based on how they'd be able to total this, 68% of America can't even name the three branches of government. Just name them. Just if you just walk up to someone random on the street, say, what are the three branches of government? Just name them. Don't tell who they are, what they do, their functions, operations, etc. Just name the three. 68%. Well, that's 68% of 347 million people. That's well over half. So you split 347 in half and then add a little bit over that. Well, most of those people, and there's no way to know this because there won't be a poll on this, but if you went up to those group who can't name them, do you like President Trump or not? A whopping majority of them are going to say no. So how can you have an opinion on someone when you don't even know how your own government functions? You can't even name the three branches of government. So it's our founders made it to where everybody, every person with a brain capable of talking, thinking, and applying is supposed to be a part of the legislation process because legislators represent us. It's not been that way the last 150 years. You could really make that argument, but since we're all in here probably 40 years old to 80, maybe some older in here. If you are, then you're hip and welcome because you know how to use technology. So we're all mainly in that 35 to 80-year-old bracket in this listening. So you only need to go back to your lifetime when you can remember things, when you remember what president that you can first remember when you were a kid. Every detail of that. Now, President Trump's had to be delicate because of veterans. Every veteran, when they served during a time period that maybe they knew, maybe they didn't, that these were all man-made wars. So you do have to be delicate with it because now we have suicide rates that are astronomical with military alone. And then like people like Ronald Reagan, was he personally a bad guy? No. But was he in the swamp? Yes, because he was surrounded by it. All right. And a lot of these people thought when they got into office, they could do something better for humanity. Some of them did, and they couldn't because they were overtaken by the whole swamp. And so everybody can know what's going on. So what they're doing is they got to play this slow, because look at the Americans who can't even name the three branches of government. So they're definitely not going to believe a guy who's a retired veteran straight up just telling laws and orders, because they don't know the laws and orders. They don't know how to apply the laws and orders. They don't know how to apply the strategies, tactics. And then your liberals out there, they don't even respect the military at all, period. Oh, they want their First Amendment. And the only thing that allows them that First Amendment is the freedom to do so. It's like I tell people all the time, you're only as free as your surroundings allow you to be. Well, guess who does that? Military. Whether you see it or not, doesn't matter. It's always there. So just because you can't see something doesn't mean it's not there. Just because you can't comprehend it doesn't make it less true. So if everybody would read the blueprint of what I've put together, it's not mine. It is intellectually, but it's not when it comes to public laws. It outlines a blueprint that President Trump's working with, and he was only able to do this with the military laws, with the military orders, with all of the pairings and the secretive, so your unconventional warfare, irregular warfare, and then all your tactics that go with that. And there's multiple layers of tactics that are all lawful, and it's outlined before our Constitution. Our military came before the Constitution. And even Abraham Lincoln, who is thought to be, even from Democrats, is thought to be a great president. Well, he said the Declaration of Independence was more important because that's what brought birth to the Constitution. The Constitution doesn't affect you and I as a natural citizen. It doesn't. But it does from the standpoint, that's what we guide our representatives with, to make sure they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. So the Constitution being spoken by a liberal, they're saying, oh, Donald Trump's a violation. Where and how? They can't even quote from it. So you got to know those first. And then, like this DC stuff, first off, DC's been a ghost town. Anybody who's been there has been a ghost town. The federal buildings have been empty. All right. President Trump told everybody, they told me I've been to DC about 17 times. So he's been at Mar-a-Lago. He's been at Trump Tower. Also, this goes into your continuity guide from January the 1st, 2021, which was called the Reconstitution of the Executive Branch, section 2.3 in that publication, which was one of many publications under your Federal Continuity Directive 1 and 2. This is one of the publications under those. All right. Well, in there it says 2.3. It says when the Congress cannot establish Washington, D.C. as the seat of government, Congress and their enumerated powers will get with the states and establish a new seat of government. Well, that's mighty powerful. Now, they could keep the Capitol there in D.C., but that also shows you the Capitol can be moved. That D.C. is not permanent. Now, it's going to depend on what they decide. President Trump spoke today, more or less, that he was talking about a restaurant and how he said, my dad always told me if you walk to a restaurant, the door is dirty on the front, the kitchen's going to be dirty. Well, he was saying the door on the Capitol building, well, what's behind it is dirty. All right. So it's all of this is more of a metaphor and analogies of it's already been cleaned out. But see, that's a role. I just put this post up right before I came on. I just put the post up, another military action by a president, but a commander-in-chief. Now, the commander-in-chief of the District of Columbia has direct command over the National Guard. There's no one goes between him and the National Guard, President Trump. So he has direct command over the National Guard. Direct. So it's another command showing that, like I said, if you're a Republican, conservative, patriot, whatever you call yourself, all the above, whatever, then if you can believe in that action, then you have to believe in all the other military actions that he's taken. This don't require Title 10 because he's the direct commander over them. All the other actions that I've outlined are Title 10 authority, which is presidential authority. Well, there's various forms of presidential call-ups. You have your National Guard call-up. You have your reserve components. And you know, when a reserve, people get confused with that. But you can be active duty. And every active duty, when you sign a contract, especially if you're enlisted, you sign a contract, it has an 8-year reserve clause on the back end of it. So what they tell you, and this sounds funny, sorry if it sounds like it's fat shaming. I'm not. I wouldn't care anyway. But like Headset says, get in shape or shut up, especially military. But what they tell you is like, look, when you get out, if you ETS out, you don't retire out or anything of that nature, they tell every soldier, don't go home and get fat and happy on the couch, because if you're called back, that reserve clause is that's there for. And every soldier that signs an enlisted contract signs an 8-year contract on top of when you get out. So if you did 4 years and get out, which there's not a 4-year contract. So if you do 3 years and 2 months, 3 years, 6 months, or 3 years, 8 months, when you get out, there's an 8-year reserve clause if it's not canceled. Like if you didn't retire or whatever it may be, even certain medicals, they'll cancel that. So if you didn't have that 8-year clause is there, and they tell them, don't go home, get fat and happy and out of shape, because if you're called back, you're going to have to abide by this, and you will still be under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So that's why soldiers out there, you'll hear them, oh, I didn't want to go, especially during the first deployments of Iraq, way back in the early 2000s. They were I didn't sign up to go to war. What'd you sign up for? Oh, yeah, that's right. Benefits, medical, dental, housing, stability, college. Yeah, the military industrial complex. See, and so that reserve clause is something even completely, it don't always happen, but it can. So if you can justify, or if you're like happy, oh yeah, go get them, clean out DC. Well, then if you can be for that, you got to be for everything else. So it's another military action that people have seen come to fruition. Now everything's amping up everywhere. So that's going on. And then you got quote unquote Hunter Biden having these new interviews, and he's bringing the whole castle down, especially if you have the Biden Report laptop book. So all this stuff, they brought Obama back into the picture. They've got Hillary saying stuff again. So they're bringing everybody back to the picture. Now, some people will say, well, I've seen them on social media. No, you haven't. You haven't seen them in official capacity. If they were able to roam freely, say what they want to say, do what they want to do, they would be annihilating President Trump with gaslighting, false information, everything else. And they haven't been. When you watch them and you know what's going on, you can see this is real strategic, because they're not saying a whole lot of stuff. But when they do, it's not even about Russiagate. It's not defending their quote unquote legacy, right? So they're bringing all this back to the forefront. So it's amping up. It's increasing. John Solomon was posting on Truth today or yesterday about how they got a team of people going to look at the auto pen, and they got a team of people going to look at the pardons, and there's no way that Biden could have signed these when he's would have been in his wrong mind. Well, let me show you really fast. Well, yes, he could have if he was real. See, you can't go back in hindsight 2020 something and say, oh, well, these executive orders and all this stuff he signed was fraudulent. No. If they didn't go through the lawful process during the time period, at that time period, then if he would have been real and they didn't go through the lawful process to impeach him at that time period, it wouldn't matter. So, see, they're showing you, they're amping up, they're increasing to be I've always said it, history's going to account for the dash. This is a strategic operation. It's a special operation. And even my dad, I was sitting at dinner with him earlier, and I said, hey, did Grandpa ever talk about the puppet governments with you? Because my grandpa, his dad would have been in his, he'd have been in his 30s during the puppet governments when they were last used, the puppet states, puppet governments in the 40s. And he didn't really a whole lot. It was my other grandfather and it was my other great uncles who talked about those a lot because they served during that time period. My grandfather on my dad's side was a merchant marine, which still should be recognized for their service. And President Trump started recognizing the merchant marines a lot more. But see, the men who are qualified to talk about puppet governments and the government in exile and when they happened in the 40s, they're all in the graveyard. My grandfather's one of them. All my great uncles, they're all passed. And anyone who's 95 to 100 years old that's living right now, whether they can articulate it and then tell about it and remember everything, it's not there. So it requires same thing with history. My grandfather passed that to me. I remembered it. I retained it. Then I studied everything around it, and I'm able to tell you what you're watching. That's what you're watching. It sounds far-fetched at first, sure, to the average person. But when you go read it, study it, and know these are tactics, strategies, and lawful, and how they pair with military and federal, it's all there. And so that's what everybody's watching. Now, there's a lot of stuff happening. They're hitting you everywhere. But the Obama, Hillary, I mean, look at Michelle. Everybody likes to call her Big Mike, call him Big Mike and all that. So let's have a little fun with it. Well, we know that Big Mike, Michelle's always been about her man. She's one of those that uses that slang. That's my man. Don't talk about my man, my man, my man. Well, why is the last post by Michelle June the 19th on X? Now think about this. Obama has 130,400,000 followers on X alone. Michelle has 21.5 million. When you combine those, as of right now, if they haven't increased any, that's 151,900,000 people. The current population of the U.S. right now, as we speak, is 347 million right in there. So between Obama and Michelle, that's 46, right at 47% of population. Just those two alone. And if his legacy was being, don't you think the gaslighter in chief, the man who was the most gaslighting person in his speeches, all his speeches were geared towards gaslighting. Don't you think that he, Michelle, Comey, Hillary, don't you think they would be addressing this Russiagate stuff that's already hit the waves? Anybody who says no is a dang fool. Because when you know their history, and they were always talkers, they were always gaslighters, that's what they did all during the past that we've all lived through, was mudslinging. It was back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. True or not, doesn't matter. It was back and forth, back and forth. You're not seeing that. You're not seeing that at all. They're talking about redistricting. Obama's last post was about redistricting in the state of Texas. All right. So they're showing you these, they're amping it up. They're bringing them back into the picture. They're bringing them back. But then, the Supreme Court docket case, 23-939, that one alone that brings in Obama tied to murder. I mean, it tells you right in there, any military officer who carried out these orders was murdered. Well, the last time a president and SEAL Team 6 was involved with any military operation was Obama and Osama bin Laden. Well, in the Biden laptop report book, guess what is confirmed in there? So I know the Hunter Biden they showed is two different hunters in both different interviews. Two different. They're actors. And it's perfect to teach people how to separate your feelings and emotions and watch the whole video through, because at the very beginning, he's trashing Trump. But then as it plays through, at the very end, he goes, well, to be fair, if President Trump, he don't call him by president, he calls him Trump, but he says, to be fair, if he isn't guilty, then I have to be able to be open to say that, because not everybody around Epstein, he said if they were all around him and they were all guilty, then there's a lot of people that were good people who are going down. So see, you got to listen to the whole thing. And what they're doing is tying this all in, because in the first new interview, July 21st, 2025, just a couple weeks ago, in that interview, the host said, we're going to talk about the laptop. We're going to talk about this, and that. Well, they brought in Rudy Giuliani. In the Biden laptop report book, it shows John Paul MacIsaac, the guy who had the computer. All right. Hunter left it at his shop. He took it to the FBI. And then from there, a copy was given to Rudy Giuliani and another guy named Bob Costello. Well, who is Rudy Giuliani besides the most popular mayor in history? He was President Trump's attorney, one of them. So what is Rudy Giuliani getting a copy of it for? Well, then he's the one that takes it to whom? This Marco Polo research group, who put this book together, 636 pages, top to bottom, and it ties in Obama, Joe, Hillary, Bill, etc., to Serbia, Mexico, Kazakhstan, Libya, China, and it shows the text messages with the big guy. And when President Trump on the debate, you're the big guy. We think you're the big guy, Joe. You're the big guy. All the text messages are there. It ties all of them into sex trafficking, human trafficking, drug trafficking, prostitution, and also within the family, in the family, all kinds of stuff. The photos in there are bleeped out. I wouldn't recommend anyone under 17 to see it, but still, all the photos. There's Hunter, and in the second interview, he's talking about sex trafficking. He's talking about Epstein. He's talking about them video and children, and he's got multiple videos, multiple photos confirmed on his laptop, and they sit there and confirm that Rudy Giuliani had the laptop, and they confirm the laptop is true and real. So see, it's a mirror politics. It's a mirror, meaning he's sitting there admitting the whole video, and it's like a mirror, and it's making it sound like Trump and all these other people did it, but he's sitting there saying exactly what he did. Kind of like any of you out there, you've probably been accused of something in your life out of the blue, and you're like, what are they doing accusing me? And normally when someone does that, it's the very thing they did. And it's a projection. So this whole video with quote unquote Hunter on the second one, which was August the 5th, it ties in everything. He sits there and talks about, so you're telling me that we had the ammo to go after President Trump in 2016 and we didn't, but we did it when he was president and when my dad was president, and we didn't do it again in 2024. He's sitting there telling you election interference. They're sitting there. It's all a projection. And it's like I tell people, see, this is the military portion. And if you struggle with it, God love you, God help you. That's what I'm here for. But you got to just keep working at it. What they've done is they trapped the deep state. They funneled them. They took them to a wall. And when they all got to each of their walls, wherever they were in their lives, they had to do what? Throw the white flag of surrender up. Some of this was plea bargains as well. Some of this was them looking like it's them in real life. This is all unconventional warfare. It's all irregular warfare. It's all strategic and tactics. And so it looks real time to some people who have to see it that way. But if you're tired of that and you want to know the strategic part, you want to know the unconventional, it's all in laws and orders. It's all lawful. And military came before federal. So therefore, it's even more lawful. And it's the only way President Trump could drain the swamp from the top to the bottom. And so many people who are still going, well, when are we going to see arrests? You're trying to get to the birthday party. You're not willing to go through the preparation to get to the birthday party. You just want the party. And you're also the person who wants to leave the party and do what? Not help clean up the party and not say thank you to the host and let me help you if I can. Can I clean up anything? Can I take something back? You just want the party. You don't want to see what's going to maintain and sustain this. And President Trump, they just put a post up. He did just this past week. It's like Lieutenant Colonel Bosey says that special operations is always 2 and 3 and 5 years ahead of everybody. I'm always ahead of President Trump, not because trying to get credit over him, but it's because it's a military operation. All right. And there's certain people out here, we're put where we're put to do what we're doing. And if you want to know, you can. But he just put a post up about maintaining and sustaining. We got to maintain and sustain this on the flip side. And it was all talking about 2029. What's going to happen after 2029? Will they be able to do this? And President Trump shared this. It was an article that someone wrote, and it was perfectly written. And it said, what should happen on day one? And it's exactly what I've been saying for all these last few years now. We got to maintain and sustain. And they said on day one, they should take every single one of President Trump's executive orders and make it one giant bill, which will make it one giant act. All right. So they're showing you these things. So it depends on what hair you want to hang on to. If you want to see things in real time, well, you got it. But it ain't real time. It's all having to be real time for the people in the normal world out there who are working hard, working jobs, got family, got kids. You know, the time they get home from a 2 or 3 day, a 2 or 3 jobs that they're having to work, some people, time they get home, time they get their shower, time they eat, time they sit down on the couch, they got to go to the bed. All right. So it's really for a lot of those. And the other side, though, is if you're capable, then this is exactly what's going on lawfully. And what they'll do in history, they will account for that dash. President Trump ain't going down in history as just cleaning out the swamp and cleaning it out for the people who are internal and not external. Because the internal, when you look at the population, the internal will clog up again really quick because it's always people from the external who's getting the jobs as senators, congressmen, local representatives. And those are the ones who work their way up. So if we don't educate the public on laws and orders, but also what Americans are supposed to know, then it would clog right back up quick. So for the meantime, they're having to show people certain things until they can grasp, oh, what is an executive order? And what is this? And what is that? So it's really, without being too condescending, but you kind of have to in a general kind of way, it's really showing how uneducated Americans are, and they think they're educated. A lot of Americans think they're educated, and they might be on their job, but they're not on what they're supposed to know as a civilian. So in one way, it's kind of like COVID. Oh boy, y'all want to go back to that? You want to go back to 2020? I don't. But look at all the people who took the vaccine simply because they were guilted or said, oh, well, my boss made me take it. No, you failed the test. You failed. And you made all the commanders go, God, this is how easy they are to be led down the wrong path. Because it was a test for everybody to stand up and stand up to your boss and stand up to your employers. If you've ever watched the movie Rudy, Rudy Rudiger. He was a walk-on at Notre Dame. And Rudy showed up to practice every day, went out there, walked on, showed up. Well, his last year, senior year, he goes up to the little roster there. He looks on the roster. His name wasn't on it to dress out. And he got all mad. He quit. And then he had two people talk to him about, hey, you know, I think you ought to come back and blah, blah, blah. Man, you put all this time in, you put this work in. Well, he finally, they were on the sideline in the game, last game of the season, last game of everything. And one of his buddies in the crowd started chanting, Rudy, Rudy. And the crowd just, oh, man, who is Rudy? And everybody just chimed in, Rudy, Rudy. And the whole stadium was chanting. And then one of the assistant coaches looked over at the head coach and he goes, why won't you put him in? And he shook his head like, let him go. The last play of the whole game, Rudy makes the tackle on the starting quarterback. Now, they had already won the game. The game was already over. It wasn't like it was a necessary tackle. But see, that's the stuff that people need to hear. People need to see that. People need to know this. And so it's like what do you want to watch? What side of the game? What do you want to watch? What side of the movie you want to watch? So a lot of people are just lost and don't have to be and don't need to be. And everybody needs to have like that spirit about them that, hey, you're watching the most biblical, monumental, historical operation known to man. I mean, it truly is. And for me, I do sound sometimes. I hear how I sound. I do hear myself, but it's because I'm like, I just want to shape people and go, do you not understand what you're watching? This is freaking awesome. Even as a veteran, even as someone who's been boots and soldier, this is freaking awesome. And if you love President Trump, why don't you want to know what he's using? It's more of like this passionate but also trying to be compassionate, going, gosh, it's right here. This is it. You don't need to know all these other things. You need to know what the commander's working with. So like 2020, if I was a commander sitting up there in the command room, I'm like, God, these amount of people get shamed and guilted into something that wasn't even well studied, didn't even sit back. I mean, just ran down there. Oh, health, I'm going to die. Oh, God, the world's falling on me. Well, that's what we're trying to say. Look, you're going to die anyway. You ain't read the Bible? Have you ever looked around? I'm sitting right now looking at a graveyard right now in the middle of nowhere, and they're all in the 1800s, 1700s. They all live their life in the ground, no telling what they're doing, where they are, what's it look like on the other side. Who cares? It doesn't matter. We all got to do it. But until God says it's time for you to go, no, the Bible says to fight. To what? It says to dwell and to do what he commanded you to do. So look at all the people who failed the test in 2020. No, you didn't have to take that. No, you didn't have to. And no, your boss and whoever, mandatory, compulsory, decree, all these different titles. Nope, not a law. Sorry, you failed the test. So see, so many people, if they knew the laws and the orders of what you're supposed to know, that's why our Declaration of Independence is so important. It tells you. But when a long train of usurpations and then abuses. And then it says, when they become destructive of these ends, it is what? It is their right and it is their duty to do what? Overthrow such government that goes against the foundation. Whoa, that's been the last 150 years. And look at all of our people, my people, your people, everybody. No one's exempt from it. Look at all. Now, it may not have been your exact grandpa like mine, or your exact mother, or your exact daddy, but people let this country get driven right into the ground by corruption and corrupt politicians who did nothing but create a problem they had solutions to. And they conquered and divided. And people like me, I don't care if you're gay or Buddhist or this or that. Now the Supreme Court's going to they're going to look up the same-sex marriage and all that again. But that's because you can't alienate everybody, like in another kind of way. A lot of these things that they voted on shouldn't even just be there. If you're gay and you want to go live with each other or whatever it is you want to do, then do that. But same thing like heterosexuals, you don't walk around making out in the movie theater. If you do, I don't even like when people kiss in public. I mean, it depends on what it looks like, but at the same time, I'm like, hey, That ain't necessary, right? If you love each other so much, then go behind closed doors.
Get a room.
You know what I mean? Like we got to have some common sense about the stuff. Like the same thing. Like I don't want to see you making out. Nobody does, So it's like there's things that never should have been in law that we allowed. But here's what happens when you put something in law, whether it be local, state, or federal, then it becomes what? It becomes up for interpretation. And then when it becomes up for interpretation, what does that do? That leads to your fights and your arguments and even sometimes killing when it may not even need to be there. Like, I mean, I drive by houses every day, never been in them. I've seen them my whole life. Don't know what's behind those doors. They could have a ton of cocaine in there. They can have a ton of marijuana in there. Would never know it. Now, good, bad, indifferent, who knows? But there's people, gay marriages, gay this. No one would ever know it because they might be minding their business doing what they're supposed to be doing. And if they're not hurting or harming somebody, then sometimes it's just that old Hank Williams song. If you mind your own business, you won't be minding mine, right? So if everybody will practice that, make that reciprocal again, then it will work better. And if there is a crime, if there is something that needs to be reported, if there is something, then we have to identify that, the punishment levels, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we have that. We have things that we deem in society as, oh, that's punishment on this level, and this, and this, and this, all the way up. And so what they're doing is they've cleaned out the legislative branch. That's what 2017 to 2021 was. 2021 to 2025 was the resetting of the executive. And now you're watching the judicial. Why is everything Supreme Court this, Supreme Court that, appeals court this, appeals court that, district court this, district court that, court, judge. And so something as simple as this that people keep overlooking, this is as simple as it gets. The tariffs. If the tariffs were destructive to the economy, if they were, they're disguised and they're going over on the American people's paychecks and they don't even know it, like the liberals say, then, okay, we'll set that aside. Now, I know Joe Biden wasn't real by laws and orders, but also military tactics and strategies that were used many years ago, and you're seeing it in another kind of way repeat itself in a good way. But I'll play devil's advocate for a moment. Let's just say old Joe was real for a moment. Well, then, if Joe was real and tariffs are bad, but now you're judging the tariffs over here in 2025, when the tariffs were put into place in 2018, then explain why Joe Biden never terminated one single tariff, and they're all presidential authority. That's the trade acts of 62 and 74. It's all presidential. So from 2021 to 2025, now it has nothing to do with Congress, but just for the sake of just a little cherry on top, from 2021 to 2023, it was displayed that the president was Democrat, Vice President Democrat, House Representatives Democrat, and Senate Democrat. So they couldn't revoke or repeal anything by President Trump, especially the war orders. All these things were handed right back to him January the 20th, 2025. All the executive orders with national emergencies, but then also the tariffs. And not one single judge from 2021 to 2025, not one judge, not an Obama-appointed judge, not a Clinton-appointed judge or a Bush, both Bushes. There's only one judge left, I think, out of Bush Sr. that's still up there, 80-something years old. Not one of them tried to block a tariff. So the tariffs can't be bad. And if old Joe was real and he continued those, then Joe is part of the problem as well. And we know that. So then you got to do what? Well, is President Trump the problem? No, because all these orders that I've shown that are making these trade deals and peace deals, all these wars that have been ended, Syria, we're now in trade with Syria. We were in war with them way back. And then also we have Lebanon left on the board, and there's a few that President Trump's still going to end, but we just had the Armenian agreement. I mean, all these things. So now you gotta split hairs again. So either President Trump is a part of them and they're all corrupt, but it can't be that way because all these things he's done are great and it's helping everything. The tariffs are bringing in money and gold. And he said today gold won't be tariffed. So all these things. So see, that's a separation. Then it does separate, and then you have your formula. Then you have your 45-47. Because you can't put those in the same boat. They're not the same boat. The laws and orders show that. And so many people are still just stressing out and freaking out and listening to stuff. I just call it the ones that blow smoke up your dress. There's just so many mouths out there moving, so many lips out there moving, so many people want a name and a face and popularity. And I'm saying, hey, I know you think that I may be a popular person or that, but I'm military. All right, this is a military operation. And it was only able to be done by the military laws, not federal alone. You had to have that extra layer that says we don't need the federal government if they don't want to be a part of this. That's why President Trump, his Supreme Court docket, say what? Donald J. Trump versus who? The United States government. So he's always showing you. When COVID took place, all those press conferences, he said one key thing that shows people that he was not for the vaccine. 2 different press conferences. One was on March the 30th. The other was April the 8th, I believe. The first one, he specifically said hydroxychloroquine and chloroquine has been administered. He said we have India who's provided millions of doses along with ours. We have stockpiles of it. We have stockpiles of hydroxychloroquine, chloroquine. He said, now use the Z-Pack when your heart can handle it because it does have some impacts on people's hearts. But he said chloroquine and hydroxychloroquine. He specifically said we have administered, now listen to the terminology. This is where people struggle. He said he's speaking from the military, we have administered these doses to the whom? The governors, the United States government, mayors, hospitals. So he's sitting there saying we have administered to the United States government. Why didn't he just say we as the government are doing this and then we've administered it? See, that's why terminology matters. Then on April the 8th, his other press conferences, he said, please just try. See, if a president ever tells you to do one thing, then he alienates a certain group. So if he told you to take a certain thing and that only, and everybody went and took that, and then they all died, then what are they going to do? The people behind are going to, it's your fault. But if he didn't tell you to do something, then what are people going to do when people die? Well, you didn't tell us what to do. But no, that's not his role. He is a chief executive officer of the executive branch. Now, he is to protect his people, but he has certain limitations on that by law. And all throughout 2019, if you'll remember, ladies, especially we all know if we can be judgmental for a brief moment, most of these women at these rallies they showed through 2019 were not pretty at all. It's like my uncle used to say, they can make a freight train take a dirt road. All right, meaning that jump the track and take a hard right turn. They're that ugly. All right, there was these women. Remember, they were wearing the JJ suits, the hoo-has. Y'all know your private area. Sorry, that's as far as I'm going to go. Right, I call it the hoo-ha. Right, they were wearing these suits, body suits that looked like the hoo-ha. And they had their little signs, my body, my choice, my body. That was 2019. Before what? That was before COVID. Then you jump into COVID just a few months later. It's your fault, President Trump. People are dying. It's your fault. Your fault. No, it's your body, your choice. You got to make that decision, and you get to live with it. All right. So that one press conference, he said, would you just try hydroxychloroquine and chloroquine? He didn't say this is the ticket, meaning like you got to do that. No, he said it delicately. And then he also said one pharmaceutical, and this is how he said it. He said Johnson & Johnson is supposed to be working on a vaccine, but it won't be ready for another 14 to 16 months. What did Johnson & Johnson do? They violated authority, military authority. See, this is why you got to know military laws, the Uniform Code of Military Justice. You got to know military laws. You got to know what a wartime president is because of that terminology. We have administered to the United States government. We have administered. They were speaking from the military. And when Johnson & Johnson released that vaccine before that 14 to 16 month period, which was their vaccine, not his combination, which was hydroxychloroquine, chloroquine, and the Z-Pack, and zinc, and some of the other things that he said he took, then they violated military authority. And guess who was hammered right before that? They were hammered. See, this shows you operation. They were hammered in 2019 in the state of Oklahoma in a court case, an opioids case. They were forced to pay $572 million. Now, what are the odds of that? If I came up to one of you, I don't have that kind of money, but if I came up to you and I just randomly said, hey, I'm going to give you $572, you're like, for what? I'm like, and you go like, where did he get the number 572 from? Why couldn't he just round that up to 600? Or why couldn't he be gracious and round that up? Or why did he give me 572? What? Just think of that. Not 550, not 600, 572. I just come up with something random. Here you go. Here's your $572. You're going to be like, what? This is weird. So what are the odds that Johnson & Johnson loses a court case in August 2019, the same month that the Army and mainstream media are telling you that the Army is training 26 of our 31 brigades for underground subterranean warfare? And guess how much money they were spending? $572 million. So those are found in our Army publications, $572 million. And then Johnson & Johnson, who went against military orders after this, they went against it after they were hammered with the opioids. So see, it's a takedown. This is all strategic, all operational. But then COVID was a retaliation by the deep state. See, health is one big thing. You cannot prove a lot of things. Everybody has their own methods and remedies, and some of it works. Native American medicinal practices, etc. Some of it, yeah, it's good. But health is one of those things that normally most people study on their own and or close friends. But then when it turns awry, when it's something that scares you, like cancer or some disease, then you get scared, right? Some people do, and that's natural. It's natural to get scared, but that's when you got to really know who you can trust. But especially in a military operation. And then President Trump, they already knew this, because if you go back to 2018, there's a bio defense strategy. 2018, put out by the military and our Defense Department, and it reads word for word what everybody witnessed and watched in 2020. They knew this was coming. Fauci stood there in Georgetown University 10 days before President Trump took his famous oath. 10 days, he said, we guarantee that this next administration in a few years will have a serious outbreak. How did they know that? So see, it was showing you this, that it was just showing you that the deep state already knew. They already knew they'd been taken over. And this is not real time, again, not this portion of it. So see, that's why people need to realize what a military occupation is. It doesn't mean that certain things, the actions that are going on the bigger level is not taking place, but they're delayed because they've already been taking place. So real quick, before we get to a question or something, but like DC, if DC was as dirty as President Trump says it is, then he would already tackle that long before now in another kind of manner, because the military has been active all over the nation. Now, what people have a problem with is they hear someone like me say that and they don't hear everything else around it. And then they'll say, well, Derek Johnson says that Donald Trump said that. No, I didn't say he's a liar. I didn't say he's not telling the truth. You got to hear what I'm saying. You got to know everything around it. Everything that's taking place in DC has already been taken care of. They've already had all the big buildings and all the scaffolds and all these different things around the Capitol and all that stuff they showed you way back. And then they showed people that the streets were empty. And I mean, they have shown this over and over. So see, if you're awake, then it ain't for you. And you shouldn't be reacting if you're awake. And if you know what I know, you shouldn't be reacting at all. You should be going up. The normies are getting their dose today. Open your mouths up. Here comes the Robitussin. All right, here you go. Beep. Like the little birds in the nest. Open your mouths up. Same thing they did in COVID. Here you go. Roll up your sleeve. Beep. It's the same mentality. And it just shows you how sad our general population is, that we have to drag this out. And it's unfortunate for President Trump in other ways, even though this time around in history, it's going to be exonerated. But as you go through it, you do have to still have that strong mentality that, hey, you see in your name, it's never fun to see your name drove down through anything, no matter what you're going through, and no matter how tough you are. It sucks to know that you got to go through that to get to the other side. But he does know he will be exonerated. But in the meantime, getting to that, look at all the people. It took 5 years. It's like on average 5 years for all this stuff to come out about Comey and Brennan and all. I mean, and so now this is another time in history. It's not going to end in another, a scandal, and it didn't get this and they didn't do that. And, they didn't punish anybody. But the people who are considered to be patriots, if you consider yourself that, but you're still upset because you haven't seen an arrest or something like that, you still are proving that you're not completely a patriot. You're on that fence. And because you hadn't seen anything on your time, you got to remember, this ain't on your time. This is a top to bottom. And then also, you only know the key players. You only know Obama, and you may know Steele and Brennan and Comey and some of that, but you don't know all the ones way down there that the Clintons had operate for them that no one knew. They're getting everybody, and they've got everybody. And you got to give that time. They've taken out the keys, and then they've replaced them here and there. I mean, I know people who are legit insiders, but they're not military, and they don't even have a clue that they're sitting with some of the actors, because they're really good at this. They're really good at making someone look like they're real. But until you know those tactics and strategies, then you could be fooled yourself. That's why we got to have skilled people. And then moving into the future, AI is not going away. I wish it was, but AI, technology, all these things, especially if you're 60, 70 years old, you're going to have to really sharpen your skills if you're a free operator on your phone, and things, because all this AI is going to change the game, and you're not going to know if people are real. I mean, some of these people look so real, and you're going to have to learn what's real and what isn't. And there's a way to know, but you're going to have to get real tough and real strategic and really critical think from another manner, because we're not leaving it. We're not going away from it, but it's a clean out top to bottom. And that's what everybody's watching. And the Hunter Biden stuff is the tip of the iceberg. And it's really freaking awesome when you go watch him, because he's telling on everybody. And they've already confirmed the laptop. The laptop ties in by Joe. It ties in Obama, Bill, and Hillary. It ties in China, when President Trump called him a Manchurian candidate and all that, and how he received $38 million. He did a press conference that didn't blow up. I have that recorded on my phone, about 4.5 minutes long, where he was said, my advisors told me not to say this, but I am. And he talked about Brooke Singleton, who was a reporter for Fox, how she broke the story. Well, it hasn't made headlines with everybody out there, even your algorithm whores out there who just love the algorithms. They hadn't even taken this, but it's already confirmed in this laptop that Joe was getting millions of dollars just to make an introduction. Can you imagine? Someone's like, oh, I know Derek Johnson. If you give me $100,000, I'll introduce you to him. Okay. It's like, what? Like, they're getting millions just to make an introduction, not even close a deal or make a deal. But, even if they didn't make a deal, it's like, oh, I know the vice president. Well, it's all in this book. And then the prostitution, Bo. So in the video, it shows where he said, you'll watch in the first video, and even in the second one, they cover it twice. But he goes, the worst day of my life was when I lost my brother, Bo. And it shows the casket with a flag on it. Well, when you go read the book, it's already been confirmed. Rudy Giuliani gave it to this group, and they're confirming this laptop in both interviews, all real. And there's photos they use on the video that's only found in the book that you can't find on Google. There's exclusive photos that's only in the book, that's only in this interview. So, and you compare them. They're in the same photos. Well, when you read in there, so the week of his death, Hunter was already sleeping with Bo's widow, his own sister-in-law. Well, then she turned on him because she had discovered that her niece, which would be, her daughter, but his niece, he was in like naked. So he was naked, laying on the couch, and he was watching porn videos, all right, with her there, his own niece, 12 years old. And there's text messages, all kinds of lewd messages. And then he hangs himself. He tells on himself in some text messages that they have in the book, where he tells on himself, where he's saying, oh, I wouldn't do anything with her, and stuff like that. They think I'm doing this, and this just because I watch porn. And it's all there. And she turned on him. So see, he's the one who brought down the ships, kind of like dumb criminals. And I'll shut up after this one little thing. Criminals are dumb. They do dumb things. They leave traces. So like the people who came after my federal trademark, this is how dumb they are. And there's forensic guys out there now that say, hey, if you're going to commit a crime, go ahead and commit it. Go ahead and be the most, whatever it is, because we're so good at forensics now in DNA that you might as well try to pull off the perfect, but also while you do it, be as brutal as possible, because we're going to find you. Well, this person and his accomplices, so they go on the USPTO.gov, which is federal government, and that's a federal trademark, which would be tried in a federal court. And then they try to register for my trademark. Well, when we found out about it, it was later. I put out a post that says, hey, we're aware of a group out there who's tried to register for my federal trademark. I guess you guys didn't read the law where it says first to use, not first to file. And whenever we go to federal court, not only will they do that, but then they're also going to come after all your 401ks or whatever you have and put a judgment on you if you don't have any money. And if you ever make any money, guess where it's coming? To me. All right. And we put all that out. We didn't find this out. This was September. We didn't find out till December. My lawyer sent me a long text and goes, well, if everything was this easy in the court of law and order, which we didn't even have to go to court, but then we wouldn't have a job. So we find out they filed for a letter of abandonment 6 days after I put out the warning. So see how guilty they already knew. Oh, crap. They didn't study the law. They didn't even know that the USPTO.gov even it says that we're not attorneys per se, but we can advise you that it's first to use, not first to file. Well, how we found out and confirms, because I was hoping the guy was being faked. I really hoped that this active duty person was being faked because I didn't want any kind of soldier to be in this predicament or to be that dumb. Well, so how we found out was when I started researching, I went back on this guy's profile, his personal pages now. He walks by his mailbox. He wants to be all soldier in his uniform, even worse. Got an American flag. He passes by a mailbox and also in the person videoing it, the house was in there. The exact photo of that. I mean, it was a video of the house. And that video went viral way back 7, 8, 9 years ago. Got 230-something thousand views, something like that, because he was in a uniform and all that. Well, guess what? That address on that mailbox in that house matched to the address on the USPTO.gov. That's how dumb criminals are. That's how dumb they are. And all for fame or fortune or whatever it was they were seeking, whatever that was, their intent and their motives. Well, all of a sudden, you could go from a good person who just wanted some kind of publicity, but you did it the wrong way, the dumb way. And all of a sudden, if I would have been a real complete whatever and taken him to court, which we didn't even have to get to court, JAD squashed it before it ever got there. And they changed the name and did all this other. But see, criminals are dumb. And Hunter left a laptop. Why would he even have this kind of content on his laptop? Which shows even more that they thought they were invincible. And everybody who's ever been around anybody, if you have, like I have and other people throughout time of like Congress, you know the ones who are good, you know the ones who are bad. And you know the ones who are, I've seen them at the hunting camps, the ones that let their hair down more, whatever it is, and with their language and stuff. Now, they didn't so much around me because I was a kid. I've been around a lot of congressmen and women. But you heard through the grapevine of others who knew them. And you go, man, don't ever get with them here. Don't ever do this or don't do that or don't do, same thing with women. Hey, don't get caught along with this person. Don't get caught in an alleyway or a hallway or no cameras. Like you just learn that by knowing certain people. All right. And so Hunter proves how invincible they thought they were. And he had all this content all over his laptop. And I mean, we're talking about, again, it ain't funny, but I mean, it's pornography and multiple orgies and all kinds. He didn't discriminate either. There was all kinds of colors and all kinds, but then he's doing some very physical forcement. All right. And then women look like they're battered, looks like their noses are bleeding and all this stuff. And then it shows Joe making a quote somewhere. I mean, it's a quote. He was speaking at Congress on the floor or something about how women who are battered like this, that the perpetrator should be in prison. Doing the same thing his own son was doing back there and putting it on files, having it on his phone and having it on laptop and everything. So Hunter, the dumb Hunter, see, he was not following his dad's footsteps. Now, people could look at, this is where you got to get, this is what you call critical and strategic thinking. Bo was in a political environment. He was attorney general or whatever it was his title was. He was doing that. He was trying to follow his dad, right? He was in a position. Hunter wasn't. Hunter was using the family name to make business deals and transactions, and some of them didn't even come true. And that's also in the book too. It shows all in the book where he was paranoid that, well, what if we get all these people to put in all this money and then it don't do this and that? So he had to pay some back. It shows all the, they got everything, every transaction. So
real quickly, Derek. Real quickly, Derek, I'm going to tell people, start raising your hands if you guys want to ask Derek a question so I can start unmuting your mics. So sorry about that, Derek. Go ahead and start raising your hands, everybody, if you guys have a question for Derek. Go ahead, Derek.
So Hunter's bringing down the castle that way. And that, though, with him sitting there on this quote unquote interviews, that's not really him. But what they're doing is setting the stage and the table, because the stuff that he's talking about is stuff that ties into Epstein, but it also ties into Joe, Obama, Hillary, Bill. And it's going to bring the cards down that way, because these books have already been confirmed, or the book and the laptop's been confirmed. All that's been confirmed through him and this new interviews. So see, it's setting the stage, and then Obama is starting to refocus. I mean, he's not really with his terminology and his wording, but he's resurfacing again. And then also Hillary is on a recent little quote unquote interview where she's saying something. So that's all going to resurface. They're all resurfacing. And then all the federal, all the stuff that you've seen with the military, and then the partial revocation of the continuity government. So until there's a full revocation, we're still in a military occupation. We're still in that. And laws show this. And the only way President Trump can do what he's doing is in a wartime presidency.
And real quickly, Derek, as we wait for some hands, I've got a couple here. But can you tell the audience too, because there's a lot of people yapping their mouth about the whole Obama and him having immunity, and is he going to plead the fifth? Is he going to testify? Because either way, it's a win-win, right? I mean, he has to. If he testifies, he has to tell the truth, right? But he probably won't, or maybe he will. What can you tell the audience that are out there saying he's got immunity, nothing's going to happen, all that kind of crap while we're waiting for some hands to pop up?
Well, you can't. First off, immunity doesn't overrule treason. All right.
Correct.
So that's so immunity is out the gate when it comes to that. Immunity covers certain things that a president, just like anything else, when the president has to make a certain ruling that he felt may have been at that time period, him and others. See, everybody wants to just alienate the president always, and there's always others around the president, even though he ends up being the tiebreaker in every situation, or he does what he feels needs to be done in that situation, which goes back to knowing what the legislative branch is supposed to do, the Congress and their authority, and then what the president does. But so immunity is stuff like that. It's kind of like Richard Nixon. Richard Nixon, in all reality, back then should have had immunity on the Watergate. All he did was have a phone call, and they tapped in on his phone call, and they created a scandal around that, because they did what? They made a story around it, a false narrative that wasn't there, and he was just doing what a president was supposed to be doing, and he was one person, the chief executive officer. So that would have been a case where he should have had immunity on that right there and said, hey, look, I'm the commander-in-chief, I'm the president, I had a phone call, as presidents do, you tapped in, you violated, you're not supposed to. So, see, they're also going to exonerate him through all this. But Obama would. So when you go to that Supreme Court docket 23-939, they're tying him to murder, because he tried to play on. And this is what's cool about this. I'm going to say cool, but it sucks that we got to this in history. But so Obama so that all of a sudden, this is what proves also this is an occupation and operation. So now you have the Senate. Mike Lee being one of those from the state of Utah. Mike Lee has proposed that national emergencies are now down. They're going to make this proposal after all this. So this is what's genius about what President Trump and them did. They used the law as it's sitting on paper. That's why no one can say you can't do that, because it's all laws and orders on paper. Now, throughout history, historians have said that every president has abused their power with national emergencies. Well, guess what Congress did? Congress made it to where they tried to limit the president. Congress did, not the president. Congress in 1973 tried to limit the president, and they put in the War Powers Resolution that he can declare national emergencies to use the military. So that was them trying to limit the president. Nowhere in our Constitution does it say that. So see, that's why you got to know the Constitution and what they're supposed to do, the legislation, the legislative branch, the Congress. Well, in 73, they changed that. So what President Trump and them are doing is using all the language against them. This is why this is so epic for people. They're using all the literature, laws and orders on paper against them. Now you're hearing chatter. If you're following what I'm following, you're hearing chatter of all the U.S. Senate, and it's Democrat and Republican, and it's all President Trump's Republicans as well. So they're saying that I've said this too. Anything over 2 years is not a national emergency anymore. It's not an emergency. It may be national, but it's not an emergency. So we've had a national emergencies that run for 45 years. Why? So that was the swamp's what? Quote unquote diplomacy. So President Trump, what they're going to do, they're using all the laws and orders. They're draining the swamp, the global swamp and all that. Then they're going to change those where when you declare a national emergency, you have 30 days for a joint resolution, not 2 years. And then also presidential emergency action documents, which President Eisenhower established with a continuity government. You can't have one without the other. But they're chattering that the president should disclose to the Congress what's in those presidential emergency action documents. Because as of right now, a PED, a presidential emergency action document, is draft classified between the president, a few members that he wants to know, the DOJ, and the FBI. Now, the FBI and the DOJ have been cleaned out, and only you can know that if you know what's been going on lawfully. But see, they're making this chatter to change both of those. So what they're doing is using all the laws and orders right now on paper to drain it and use it against the deep state, and then they're going to change them, which will set the recourse for history for the future where a president cannot abuse those. So then you pull in the Supreme Court docket and you go look at the War Powers Resolution Act. This is why Bannon's people can kiss my you-know-what. Bannon is a piece of trash. Sorry, I may be stepping over here. Jenny, you might not like this, but I'm going to go ahead and lay it on the line. That's a traitor who was in the Navy when you got people attacking me over Title 50, Chapter 33, Section 1550. That's in the NDAA of 2020. And in the codification, they had to put it in the War Powers Act. President Trump, the Congress had to put it there. They put it in the War Powers Act. But if you look at the codification, it specifically says that 1550 is not permanent. It don't word it that way. It says that this is a part of the NDAA and it's codified here, meaning it's not going to be a permanent amendment to the War Powers Act, which means it's an operation, a strategic operation that President Trump has to use right now. And it has to be what? It has to be recorded in the War Powers Act. Guess what ain't in the War Powers Act? Obama, you can go to the War Powers Resolution on Wikipedia. It's actually not a bad page to read. It shows where military and federal lawyers, and you can click on the link. It's got the little reference. You can go read about it. Military and federal lawyers had open questions, but also said that Obama violated the War Powers Act when he commanded airstrikes on Libya. All right. Well, then you go read the Supreme Court docket of President Trump's 23-939. Go to the Supreme Court, go to Google, type in Supreme Court, docket search, enter, type in Donald J. Trump, enter, go down, scroll down and find 23-939. Click on that. Scroll all the way down to March 19th. Find the one. There's a few entries for March the 19th, 2024. Find the one that says 3 amici curiae, which are three military officers. Guess who one of them is? Keith Kellogg, General Kellogg, who wrote the most recent and last Department of Defense National Security Strategy that's posted. So in that, it asks the question, can a president order SEAL Team 6 to commit assassination on a political rival? And it says multiple combat generals. So it says it like this. It says combat generals, plural, and senior level officials, plural, resounding no. Then at the very bottom of that paragraph, it says any military officer who carried out such orders committed murder. Well, the last time President and SEAL Team 6 was involved in any kind of military operation with the President and SEAL Team 6 was Osama bin Laden and Obama. Well, now you go back over to the War Powers Resolution page, and it's saying that Obama carried out airstrikes on Libya. Well, guess what? Well, Libya is also in the Biden laptop report, and it ties all them in. That Hunter Biden and Joe were making deals with Libya as well, which will tie in Hillary and Bill because Hillary was his Secretary of State from 2009 to 2013. She was the one under oath, congressional oath, talking about Benghazi, which is Libya. Well, then you tie in Obama in the Supreme Court docket. That's about Osama bin Laden, which would be Afghanistan and Pakistan. Well, then you come over here to the airstrikes in Libya with Obama and military and federal attorneys saying he violated the War Powers Resolution because his name's not in there. Well, that ties in Gaddafi, who died 5 months after Osama bin Laden. So that brings the whole house of cards down right there. And treason, that's well past treason. That's murder. All right. And so, you know, it goes back to military. When it says combat generals, that means plural. Well, there's about 800 generals that's backing President Trump. So that's where I tell people, if you're willing to go against the military, then you're a pretty dumb person. All right. Because that means the generals, that means colonels, and all the way down. And his name's not in the War Powers Act. And when you hear liberals saying President Trump's violating this, that, and other, they don't even realize how dumb they sound and how dumb they are, because Obama's name is not in the place it's supposed to be. Now, President Trump's name is not in the War Powers Resolution, but his order is December the 20th, 2019. And so Obama, he's toast. All right. And Hillary's toast. They're all toast. So you got to let it play out, because they're not the only ones. You don't want to just take out the top level. You want to get them all. All right. And so that's why it's taking a little time. But dang, I mean, you know, military operates on our time.
Yep. Amen to that. Great explanation. Good job, Derek. All right, everybody, we're going to take some questions. We got about 20 minutes, so I have unmuted a couple hands. For those of you that want to ask Derek a question, please feel free to raise your hand. Now's your chance, everybody. I know you've been requesting it, so here he is. All right, Marilyn, your mic is unmuted. Go ahead. Go ahead, Marilyn. Your mic is unmuted. All right. Layla, is it Layla Kelly? Your mic is unmuted. Go ahead. All right, guys. If you guys don't have questions, this is odd. You guys request the Q&A with Derek. I'm just going to let him keep going for the next 20 minutes. Any of you guys have questions? Go ahead, Leilana. Is it what is it? Leilana? Leilana? All right, Derek. Go ahead and continue. Do what you're doing. I apologize.
I mean, it's all right. I mean, it's I probably answered all their questions, because that's kind of what's prevalent on the menu right now.
Well, you pretty much do. Anytime I get questions written on the board, you do. So very, very possible. But go ahead.
Well, the other thing people need to keep in mind too with all this is that, look, I mean, if you're retired, you got a lot of time on your hands. Go play pickleball. Go do something. Like, live your life. Don't just sit around twiddling your thumbs and just live for this. Go live your life, right? I mean, I told my mother when this first started way back in 2016, I said, Mom, when I get scared, you can get scared. All right. And I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, I ain't going to be scared, because it's biblical, 1, it's historical, 2, it's monumental, 3, and it's all that. And when you know that, that's why people ask me. I have a friend asked me yesterday, said, you know, if you could go back to your normal life, would you? No, because I'm fulfilling what God called me to do. When I thought that he took me out of the military, I mean, it was chaos. And when all those stories come out, I won't be the only one. When all the stories and all the soldiers get brave on what was going on with Obama and the administration in Syria and Egypt and all these different places, when all the stories come out and all the suicides, when people start talking about the suicides that were taking place, I mean, it was 14 a day. Do you think they reported that? No. So, you know, we had 3 suicide briefings a day, along with all of our other briefings, because people were committing suicide that much. And they didn't report these numbers. Why would they? Because people wouldn't do what? Join. So there's so much stuff going on that this is why President Trump is unique. That's why someone like me is so passionate about it, because not only am I fulfilling that, and I'm getting to serve beyond my service, and I also got to get an official badge to do this again at my capacity. I don't act bigger than what I am. I'm not lower than what I am. I'm in my lane. I stay in my lane. But it's a military operation. And when you know that you know, and you know what you know, and you can't unknow it, you can't unsee it, you can't unread it, then no, you stay on your path. And I do believe that people, if they could learn military's personalities, they would understand why I sound direct and straightforward, and sometimes like a pompous ass, or whatever the terms are out there people say. It's because I'm not your boyfriend. I'm not your husband. I'm not your best friend. And, you know, now I'll be your friend. I'm not going to be showing you if I meet you, and people who've met me know I'll talk to a fence post, or even if it won't talk back. But I'll sit there and talk to you. I love people, but I also know what I know, and I know I put here for a reason, and it's all outlined in that. And I get frustrated for people because you don't need anything else. All you need is what President Trump's working with, because that's what he's working with. And that's all you need to know if you really want to know. All that other stuff's just drama. People have perspectives, but if perspectives don't lead to solutions, then they're just nothing but air and talk and hot air. Now, if you want to sit around a campfire and talk about aliens and ET phone home and all that, fine, great. I'm not going to knock you. I don't care what you believe in. I want you to be able to be free. I want you to be able to talk about it and do whatever you want to do, serve whatever God you think you want to serve. I'm all right with that. I'm not going to judge you. But in order to have that lifestyle, you got to have people who think like me, and people who think like me are what President Trump are. President Trump, my dad's 4 years older than President Trump. And so when the other day, I'm 42 years old now, and I'm joking. I love it because my dad was like, I walked in somewhere with my cowboy hat on, sat down in the restaurant. And he just pointed up. I'm like, what you pointing at? I know what you're pointing at. I was joking with him. He's like, take your hat off. You're inside. Well, that's that generation. Bear Bryant, the old Alabama football coach, she used to say, my mom always told me to take my hat off when I went inside. Well, that's that generation. And their etiquette, their standard, their protocol. And they're goal-oriented. They produce. And they're just straightforward. My dad, I tell people all the time, if you think I'm bad, you should have held the flashlight for my dad growing up. He'd have told you quick when it wasn't in the right spot, and he'd have told you. And he wouldn't have told you delicately. All right? So many people could learn that, and that's what President Trump is. And there's a lot of people who claim to support him that don't really get and understand him, and that's the generation he comes from. It's because his mom and dad would have been in the same bracket of my grandfather, my dad's father, who was born in 1912. All right, so all my great grandparents were born, except for one. All of them, except for one, were born in the 1880s and 90s. That's just me alone. So
real quickly, Derek, I got a few hands here. Hopefully they will respond when I call on them. So let's see. Go ahead, Janet. Texas by choice 55. Your mic is unmuted.
Hi, Jenny.
Hello.
Hi, Derek. How are y'all this evening?
Great.
Pleasure to talk with you, Derek.
Likewise.
I just have a one quick question. Do you have any idea where in Alaska that President Trump is going to be meeting President Putin?
I don't right off, but I've seen a lot of aircraft in and out recently in your capital. But I saw a couple of DOD aircraft up there on the radar. So now could be wrong, but that seems like to where a lot of activity has been in and out, not at the military base either. I'm talking about the regular airport. They've been in and out of the regular airport there. So with the official Air Force Twos, which are, sometimes they're in that capacity, sometimes they're not, but they were running SAM call signs. So that's your officials. So I'm assuming they're getting things set up there. But then again, a lot of this is still theater. Sometimes what'll happen with stuff like this, just because we're talking about it, sometimes this is something else completely happening in that region, and it looks like what it looks like, but a lot of this stuff's already been taken care of. But until we're out of a continuity government by law on paper, then you're still in a theater type setting of what they're doing with the occupation and operation. So, but
hence the phrase, you're watching a movie.
now look, you could go down there and see the double, and by all means, I tell people, look, I mean, if you want to do that, that's fine, but it may not even be public from the standpoint of being able to watch him walking to and fro the aircraft. It just depends, but I've seen a lot of military aircraft in and out of your capital up there, but the international, the regular airport, not the military base. So I've been watching that too. I've been keeping up with that, just seeing there was a Canadian aircraft military flying over Alaska. I think it was yesterday or the day before. So there's been a lot of movement up there. But anyway.
Thank you, Derek. Thank you, Janet. All right, Delinda, I saw you came up here. So if you're still in here, request a mic and I'll mute your mic. Lisa Bolfing, your mic is unmuted. Go ahead. Go ahead, Lisa. All right, guys, if you guys request a mic, please be mindful. Derek's here to answer your questions, so I got to move on. All right, Donna Lawrence, go ahead. Your mic is unmuted.
Oh, hi, Derek. How are you? This is great. I live in Buffalo, New York, and I don't have any friends, and I don't have a lot of friends, just so you know, because I lost my car. I can't go anywhere. But anyway, nobody's interested. I have people that follow Steve Bannon. I try to tell them what you say about it. Or they follow some kind of spiritual person that has prophecies or whatever it is. And I can't. I'm like, maybe I should try to write like a quiz that everybody's got to pass to be my friend. And I'm like,
They'd probably
I know.
fail that too, though. See, that's the thing.
I know, it won't work. It won't work. And then one day recently, I have it on my Telegram, but I can't share it with anybody. I don't know. I don't really communicate on Telegram. I couldn't send it to you. I was going to send you a CD. I can burn CDs with my digital recorder. I was just so mad that all these people are so stubborn, and I call them lazy and dumb, like what you say. So I made this song, and I was singing it to myself all day. Dumb and lazy, lazy and dumb. And I thought maybe if I send this to everybody, but then it's not going to help them change. So
No, you can't, and you just can't. I mean, it's
I know.
if official military can't make them, and it's not about making someone. So you don't want to coerce somebody. I don't either. But I'm like,
no, I know.
But you know, I get it. Everybody goes through it. Doesn't matter who you are, what capacity you are. Everybody goes through it. Because if I could, like I joke, if I could make you, you would have it, right? If I could make you.
Right.
But
no, I guess I agonize about, well, how could I approach this person or that person? And nothing is, they just don't want to, they just like what they're doing.
Well, it depends on your relationship with them. Like if it's a good friend or someone you grew up with and you know them really well and you know their personality or whatever it is. I mean, some friends you can joke with, others you can't. It just depends. There's variables. But like with, I made a lady asked me that question in Anaheim, California about 3 years ago, and I said, well, I said, if you don't mind me asking this question like this without being male chauvinist, or anything like that. But I was like, who's the cook in your household? Is it you or your husband? She goes, it's me. I said, okay. I said, do you love him? Are y'all happy? You have a good relationship? Like, do you talk on a daily basis, or you prefer him be at his side of the house and you at yours? How's it like? No, we love each other. We talk all the time. That is what we engage. I said, okay, do y'all still do the hanky panky? Right? You still love each other like that? She goes, yeah, I'm like, I say, see, I bring humor, but I bring truth and I bring reality. And I said, okay, well, starve him. That's what you do is you starve him. You say, you ain't getting no meal and you ain't getting no loving until you learn what I know. And I said, now, think if every woman, and now let's just be honest here. Let's just have fun. Think if every female did that to their husbands and boyfriends in reality. Now, I know it ain't the reality, but just think if that happened. Boy, you talking about some guys stepping up and getting in shape. You know what I'm talking about? So I'll use humor with it, but it depends on your friend and whoever it is. Then you can joke with them, or you say, hey, I challenge you. You know that old like Sandlot movie? I triple dog dare you right here. Learn this. Well, you can make things like that. I knew a preacher in Virginia. He and his wife, she was Christian. He was Muslim. Well, he wasn't a practicing Muslim. And this is what led him to Christianity. He's a preacher now, and he's one of the best I've ever heard. And I can't even think of his name out the bat. But anyway, his wife would joke with him and say, honey, get in here real quick. Your cousin's on TV. And he'd run in there thinking it was his cousin. And it was America's Most Wanted. It was a joke. She would joke with him. Well, he started doing that to her. Honey, and like wait and gave it enough time. Honey, your cousin he's on TV. Well, it was cops. She would run in there because she was white. And it was cops. Well, they had a loving relationship. Well, she made a bet with him one time. He wouldn't go to church with her. Now he let her go to church, Christian church. He didn't stop her. He just wasn't active. Well, she made a loving bet with him one time. She said, I tell you what, if you read the Bible and you can debunk the Bible, then I will read the Quran, and I will meet you in the middle. Well, because she wasn't denying anything any other way. It was him who was the argumentative one, and not the bad way. He wasn't demoralizing to her or nothing like that. They had a loving relationship, but he said, man, the worst thing you can do, guys, is have to go to your wife and tell them that you were wrong. And he said, the more I read the Bible and the more I studied, and he studied in depthly. He studied the Hebrew and the context, etc., and he compared it. And he's now he was at Liberty University, and he was one of their top professors and preachers of the Word of God. Well, there's a prime example where that changed his whole life. It turned him, and I hate to use the term famous preacher, but he became known and notable all because of he and his wife. They weren't argumentative. They didn't demoralize each other. Nothing like that. But it was a loving kind of little relationship where she made a bet with him, and he took it. And then he was like, guys, I had to go tell my wife I was wrong. Well, so it depends on your friend and family, whoever it is. You can do that. And that's what I've told people. That's how you plant a seed and go, okay, well, whatever it may be. Say, explain why Joe Biden would have a funeral service. What are you talking about? You're crazy. Well, this is Army regulations. And like I said on my podcast, you could be the queerest atheist. You could be the most God-hating person. But if you served honorably in the military, or you honorably retired, guess what you get? A military funeral. So the funeral itself don't have anything to do with your background or anything of that nature. It's if you have a DD-214 that says honorable, you die, you get a service. So why would they show 3 cannons and all the other stuff they showed on January the 20th for quote unquote Joe? It wouldn't, because if it would have been a mockery, then the military that do know about it, me and others that would have seen that, if that would have been a real scenario, and that would have been a mockery. And that would have caused an uprise with the veterans in another way. But we know it's an operation, and that was a visual to show people, hey, what you're watching ain't real. It's real to you if you've seen it that way, but it ain't real military-wise. So, see, it depends on who it is. There's a way to be playful with them if they matter to you that much. Some of them you may need to just cut ties with. Say, all right, I don't want to be talking to you anymore, right? So,
thank you, Derek. All right, I got time for one more question, everybody. Carrie Alcock, your mic is unmuted. Go ahead. Go ahead, Carrie. All right. Oh, my goodness. Biss Drennan, I'm going to unmute your mic. Go ahead. Go ahead, Biss. All right, Biss, your mic is unmuted. Oh, my goodness. Carrie, I'm going to unmute your mic. Go try it one more time. Go ahead. Your mic is unmuted, Carrie. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hello. What is your opinion about Canada becoming the 51st state?
No, well, I mean, you just got to go back to our origins with the Articles of Confederation. Our founders already considered Canada as a part of our union if the other states were okay with it. So, when you think about back then, it was like 9 states, 9 or 11. It wasn't even the 13 colonies yet. So, but now what's funny, not knocking Canada, don't poop in my maple syrup up there, because I love y'all syrup, and so don't poop in it while I'm making fun. The Canadians who are up in arms and all this other stuff, I'm like, look how big your country is, but then there's only like 38 million of you. So it's like, that's maybe 10 U.S. cities. So, what's happening? Will it go back? So you got people in the U.S. that thinks that, there's a new republic and there's going to be Donald Trump signed a new declaration. None of that's provable, and you wouldn't need it anyway. We didn't lose our republic on paper. We lost the visions. We lost our systems. We lost that. We didn't lose the actual foundation. So you'll hear people talking about, is President Trump going to be the 19th president? Well, you can think of it whatever you want to think of, but I do believe that with the USMCA, which he put into place July the 1st, and if you're a true Canadian, you obviously know what I'm going to say. July the 1st, 1867 was a big day in Canadian history. Well, why did they use July the 1st to tear up NAFTA and establish the USMCA? So it shows you that the Canadians are already working with us, and also Canadian military, all that military movement I was talking about earlier with the underground facilities and the $572 million. Canadian Army publications already align with us, and they say that in their publications that we support U.S. and Israel, the 572 million. So Canada's been operating with us. What will that look like? When will that happen? If it does, I don't know. But all that chatter wasn't for nothing. All the Trudeau stuff wasn't for nothing. All this is not for just, poops and giggles. So I do believe, yes, that they will be at some capacity recognized in some way. But will you lose the Canadian name and things of that nature? Probably not. I think it'll still be some form more of an inclusive trade, but not necessarily losing, because you have a history, and then you have Canadians who love that history, and you don't want to disrupt that either for certain states. So I don't know what it'll look like if that happens, but the trade deals are already there, and all your military actions are already there. So we'll see. I don't know.
Thank you, Derek.
No.
Did that answer your question, Carrie?
Hopefully. I don't know.
Yes, it
We'll
did.
see.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Because
Awesome.
if you're a real Canadian, you know about your history on July the 1st, and then so that's a big deal. I mean, it's to put that on that date, that's a big deal. And but I don't know. I don't know if I could call it any other kind of maple syrup, but Canada, man. I mean, I don't know if you could say, all right, well, we're going to change the name of that. We're going to make it North American syrup. I'm like, no, it's Canadian syrup. Yeah. That stuff's good. I don't know what it is about Canadian maple syrup, but it is different than any other kind of syrup. And I love me some Angel Mama, but Angel Mama ain't got nothing on no maple syrup.
Thank you, Derek. I agree with you. All right, everybody. Derek is here every 2 weeks. So, Derek, we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I should be around. I mean, we'll be 2 weeks closer to liberal
whatever,
meltdown
right?
and Republican parties. So.
All right, sweetie. Well, everybody, you guys have a great night. We're going to see Derek back here in 2 weeks, same time, same place. And then watch for the other shows for the rest of the week, everybody. God bless you. And thank you all for your participation. And once again, Derek, great job. And we'll talk to you soon.
All right. We'll see y'all guys soon.
Take care. Take care, everybody. God bless.
All right, Patriots. That wraps it up for tonight. I hope you enjoyed the show and learned something and all that good stuff. For me, it's been another really, really, really long day, and looking forward to starting fresh tomorrow. So if you guys have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, I appreciate you being here. Looks like some of you conked out on me already. I'm getting there. Well, God bless you guys. Much love to you, and I hope to see you all back here at the same time tomorrow. We'll keep it up some more. Love you guys. See you tomorrow.